Okay. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the second day of the International Conference on Women in Quantum Science and Technologies. So we are going to start the morning session. So before we begin, I have one announcement to make. So today we'll have the poster session at 2:30 in the first floor of the Bhagirathi. So and the poster participants are requested to please be there at least 20 minutes before the session starts. And in case you need any assistance, our volunteers are here to help. Okay, so let's start the session. And I would like to request Professor Aarti Garg from SINP to kindly chair the session.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the first session of the second day of conference on women in quantum science and technologies. So we have two role model speakers in this morning session, and it's a great pleasure to have Professor Anjana Devi with us. She is the director, IFW Dresden. She is also a professor at TU Dresden, and there are many awards and honors. And just to mention a few of them, in 2009, she was nominated as a member of Global Young Faculty and elected as Speaker of the Climate Group of GYF. And in 2020, she received honorary doctorate from Aalto University, Finland. And today she is going to tell us about the road to establish oneself as a female researcher's opportunities, challenges, and barriers during career paths. Professor Anjana.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Good morning, everybody. It's my pleasure to be here. And before I start my presentation, I would like to thank Tanushree, Rajiv, and Rakhi for this great help and also for the invitation to present this talk. I have a connection to this institute. I'll come to that later. And I think that's the reason I'm here. I'm very happy. I'm not sure the role model. So yesterday we had such eminent speakers that I thought, okay, these guys are the ones to follow. But anyway, I will just go through this journey where how I established myself, and I particularly say female researcher because I've been in the surrounding right from my days from a PhD till the end, surrounded by male, So this is why I thought, okay, let us see what are the challenges. So I recently started at Dresden, and earlier I was at the Ruhr University Bochum. I come back to that in a minute. And just to give you an outline, so I will give you an overview, the education and research, my background research, and then the journey towards an academic career, which was not so easy, on the other hand, also successful. Then the research expertise and topical research areas. I just give one or two examples of what we are doing, and this is also of interest for the colleagues here, where we can think about joint activities in the future. So where do I come from? I come from the small town of Mangalore, and I was born and brought up there to a middle class family. Parents were working in the telecommunication department. They didn't have an academic career. On the other hand, my father was very particular that I go to a convent school. And this is where I did my primary and the high school. Later on, I did my bachelor's at St. Ives College, affiliated to Mangalore University. And then the big step. So I have the specialization of PCM, physics, chemistry, mathematics, like all of yours. On the other hand, it was a decision whether I should go into physics or chemistry. But then it was the second year where they introduced material science. It's a new course. I mean, we're talking about almost 30 years ago. So this was a challenge. People said, okay, if you do material science, you cannot be a lecturer. I mean, earlier, after MSc, you could be a lecturer, right? For me, that was not interesting because when I was in the chemistry, doing my bachelor, my chemistry teacher taught us how to do a perfume and a nail polish. We as girls got very interested, right? To make a perfume or a nail polish, right? And this I saw, okay, there's some application in the chemistry what we do, right? And this is one of the reasons. Material science, of course, it was not so well established in Mangalore, like nothing. On the other hand, I went to IIT Madras. There I saw a department where they were doing some materials. So this actually prompted me to do material science, and that was where the journey towards materials chemistry, material science started. So then the big step. GATE was it was also very new. I was the second batch of where the GATE examination started, so I got into MTech. My father was also I applied to IISc. My father was dead against. In fact, he just crafted the application for paper and just put it in the dustbin. He said, no, you cannot go there. You have to stay at home. KRIC, that was this, what is it, NITK in Suratgal, is around the corner, so you do your MTech and then you can see. But then another kindness, this is where I landed up in, before that, I just showed you all that, okay. I was very active, I was like a little bit tomboy, I would say, in the beginning of school days. So apart from my MSc, I was also, I was the first women postgraduate student in the language senate, So that was something I would say it was not normal. And even Pranab Mukherjee had come for this event that time. And then, of course, later on, Kushida Alam Khan, I had the honor next year to be on the other side. So it was really a nice phase, I would say, where I learned a lot, not only to study, but also to be in some committees and see how things work. And mind you, you can see all surrounded by male people and very few women. So now I hope fully it's changed. But I'm not against anything is men. It's just to show that things have changed. But this was pretty early. Then started my scientific journey where I said, okay, I went to IIC, I got the MTech story, and I had the privilege to work with Professor Shiv Shankar. He was in New York at IBM and also at the University of New York, and he just joined. I mean, that is also sort of a hard time. Yesterday, we heard how difficult it is to start from scratch, right, from the developing an NV system. So he told me that, okay, Angela, the future is with CVD and chemical vapor deposition and atomic layer deposition of new materials. This would be a topic that will have a long life and a bright perspective. On the other hand, he was a physicist. But then I was trained as a physicist and a chemist, so then we had the collaboration of my second supervisor was Professor Chandrasekhar. It started well, the PhD, okay? And then all of a sudden, there was a new faculty employed at MRC, Media Research Center. And then he didn't have any students. So there was a deal that I should also do work parallelly with him. Okay. My group was fully only with boys, and I was only girl in the lab. And unfortunately, I had a lot of people from Bengal. So I had like West Bengal, and we had I learned a little bit. Now I've forgotten the language. So it was very nice to be amongst these boys there, and eating also Bengali food in the mess. And this is where I had a setback. I would say after 2 years, I had to change the topic a little bit. And then it was difficult to balance both. To my bad luck, I don't know, this professor was there for 2 years and he left back. He was unhappy in IIC, and then I took a start from zero again. So I lost almost 2 years of my PhD. But one learns, So it was a very nice day. So I would say that I learned a lot in IIC. I had the privilege to also interact with one of the Nobel laureates at that time. So this was with Eric Barton in the field of organic chemistry. Then maybe you guys may know him, may not. This is Prakash Padkone, the father of Deepika Padkone. People know her, maybe not him, but okay, just to show you, these are all nice memories, fond memories that I just dug out from from all the pictures I had. So I was elected as the first Gymkhana women by the end. So it was an election, and I had to contest like the Senate, Senate also was an election. It was not just a nomination. So these are some of the nice memories. Of course, there are also bad memories. I don't have any pictures of that. I didn't cry, but on the other hand, I was upset also when I changed my boss. But all this actually made me stronger. So then the opportunities came to take up an academic career. What next after PhD? My husband Harish, he's sitting here in the audience here. He actually did his master's, and then we were married at some stage, and then the decision was whether we go abroad or stay back in India. And he had to sacrifice. Normally, you follow the man, right? So at least often it was the case in those days. And I actually, we discussed at depth, but then we decided, okay, I take the lead. He follows me. And this is where, but he was determined to do his PhD, so he did his PhD in Germany, and I was doing my postdoc, and this is where the journey started. So this is the Ruhr University, Bochum. It's a town, actually quite a few students study here, 40,000. The university is there, but it's the river Ruhr, okay, it's behind. So it's a huge university with about 20 faculties. I can tell you how where Bochum is, many people have not heard about it. We know Munich, where yesterday we heard, in Hamburg, Stuttgart, where Voluntary was there, and of course, now the journey was from here to here, okay, so exactly to the east side. So it's actually, we have a lot of faculties, about 20 faculties on one campus. This is very rare in Germany. And then about 40,000 students, and we have a lot of students from different countries. So this was the journey, but it didn't start there. There was setback again. So my Humboldt fellowship was actually assigned to University of Heidelberg. I mean, it's one of the elite universities, right? But then my host got a new call, so we had to move from Heidelberg to Bochum. So normally, this is again a change, right? So we had to do that, and my research topic was on group 30 nitrides, gallium nitride, indium nitride, or the alloys of that. For the metal organic chemical vapor deposition was the processing route. And of course, this topic was very hot that time. From 2014, there was also a Nobel Prize in this topic, right? So it was a hot topic then, and I was very happy to work there. Then it started. So I was Humboldt Fellow, so I had the honor to meet the president of the Humboldt Foundation, Professor Ram Arus. He's a very famous astrophysicist. Again, nice memories. And also to meet the president of Germany, 1998. So these are all memories I have. As I said, I don't have the pictures of the bad memories. It's always nice to have good memories, right? So I just want to tell that it was a nice journey for me to start there, and I had good support. But what alternatives did I have after my postdoc? Yeah, this is something very challenging, right? Being in Germany, in those days, it was not easy to get faculty position. Now I'm very happy that a lot of Indians who are started as an assistant professor level and then are going higher up the ladder. So what happened is, option was return back to India, take up an academic career. The postdoc period was very successful, I would say. I had a drive to do research in the field of chemistry and materials. This was my passion, to see if there's some application. So I wanted to stick to that. So the area of research was nanoscale engineering of materials using the chemical vapor deposition or atomic layer deposition. And had I come to India, I had to start at ground zero because it was not well developed yet. Even now, it's a bit not so advanced. People use this method, but the approach what we do is a bit different. And I'll come back to that later in my talk. So options two is to stay there or go to the US or any other place in Europe and take up a position in a job in an industry or also a faculty position. So at that time, this was an emerging field, new materials using CVD and ALD because it is a processing, these are the processing routes for large area processing and also it's industry compatible, right? So this is where I was very fascinated, and you won't believe the empty lab I had with Professor Shiv Shankar was nothing. I had to go to the market, buy stainless tubes, bend the tubes. Yesterday somebody said, right? We had to start from ground zero. Nothing was there. So I learned like a tomboy to also build machines. This was a very good experience in my life. Even now, I go to the lab sometimes to help students. So it's this I won't say a setback entering into an empty lab, but this experience actually did a lot of I had a lot of benefit from that. So then comes the career trajectory. So in Germany, we have a different process for becoming a faculty. So you have to do independent research for 5 years at least, teach and raise third-party funding independent of your mentor. And then you qualify. That's called rehabilitation. So I applied for the funding when I was funded for 5 years, or actually 3 years. First, there was a review in between, right? And there I got this funding to start my rehabilitation. And then there was a call, the junior professor called as my assistant professor. So I was appointed as a junior professor in 2002. Maybe you can see here my star mark is big. So we have to decide when to go for a family, because it was getting late, right? So this was the rector, this was the dean, and I had to sign my contract just 3 days before my maternity leave started. You're not supposed to sign a contract during the maternity leave. So they advanced my appointment date, and 3 days later I went on maternity leave. So now you can see what are the challenges we have. So you see, it looks nice. We had you see the tummy here, right? 9 months pregnant, but on the other hand, it's a challenge. It's up there because I could not go to the lab or do anything more. So the challenges encountered. Junior professor, I was a young mother. There's evaluation 3 years to get tenure, right? So pressure to perform. Child care. That time there was nothing in Germany, I would say. That was one of the drawbacks that time. There was nothing for 3 years kids, or below 3 years, or kindergarten. So my the chancellor, the rector of the university called the kindergarten people and said, look, we have a candidate here. No, she's not a student. How do you show the student, PhD student? He did his PhD in Bochum. He's not a student, like undergrad student. He's a PhD student, so he's not entitled. So this is where we started an initiative with the parents, students joined together and did a small daycare, where we had to work 2 hours per day, go, change nappies, feed the babies, other babies too. So we had to take shift. But that was not enough. I had teaching. So what I did was I took part-time employment And actually, I worked full time, but for formal reasons, I took part time. So what we did was we brought the child after lunch because Harish was in the lab. So during my lectures, he used to be in my office, take care of the baby, and I used to go and give my lectures. So only half a day, this threshold. So this was a big challenge for 3 years. Later on, things turned out very good. So we had to have a balancing act, family and profession. He was at the end of his PhD phase, so it was very challenging for him too. So, but we survived. Other thing is the raising third party funding. As I said, you have to raise third party funding, you have to show your independence, right? It is not challenging, it is very challenging. So I had only startup fund to procure one ALD reactor and some consumables, right? And only one one position for a PhD and one technician, which was good. Then, so this was the pressure I had, or we had to apply for funding from different sources, and it's very competitive and low success rates, those days. Even now too. So low success rates, in Germany, or I would say everywhere, you need a strong mentor. So especially when you are looking for one and getting into academics. But I didn't like this. On the other hand, I was more independent, I would say. Lack of infrastructure. As I said, we had minimum things in the lab that time. And this was a big headache, the language. So we didn't really learn the language. So it was just 2 months of crash course. That was not enough. And the trust, because of course you are in a foreign country, you have to build that trust. It takes time. But I think we did a good job. And the most difficult part was ability to attract students. Okay, being an Indian, it's also okay. Why should they come to me? There were many, almost everybody is German till today. And the first professor with the dark skin in the faculty, it will change. So it's not a joke. It's the truth. It's nothing against anybody, but I've been in committees. I've seen how it works. Yesterday, when people express their experiences, I realized I'm in the committee now on the other side, but it was not easy. So, but to my luck, I had brilliant students in my group. So we had really sheer luck to attract good students. The solution was okay. So it was difficult, right? With the raise third party funding, collaborate, peers at national, international level. That was something which I learned very early. Networking, conferences, workshops, joint proposals, and that's helped me a lot. And ability to attract students, exchange students. For example, we have the PPP program, also in the European level, right? So, and the most important thing was social integration, a must, and has great advantage. If you integrate, then things are very easy. Otherwise, you are isolated. So this is a message to youngsters here. This one, and learn a little bit of the language. Then things go. It's just not for teaching or something, just to make people comfortable there with you all, because English was that time not the strength of the student. They only learned German, only in the high school they had a little bit of English. So and as I said, I had the luck to have very talented students, one of the best students. And after my the maternity leave, I went back to the lab because I had a small team. So we see in the clean room, we worked, and till today I have had minimum women students or female students because Germany, chemistry and physics are very, very few students. In biology, we have a big number, same like here, but this was a challenge. But it was quite nice to work with them, and we learned together. And then the journey started, then it became smoother. So I was tenured. So I was in many committees. I was also responsible for initiation of a big cluster tool, cost about 4 million euros. Board members of the research department. We have a very nice iron beam facility on the unique in Germany, and I was the chairman till last month. And of course, there are other things in the research departments, in the materials and plasma. So it was more of interdisciplinary research, and I took a lot of new initiatives together with my colleagues, and this was actually a very good thing for interdisciplinary research. Bochum had actually a good image, I would say. Then other activities, okay, being the member of the doctoral examination board, this was very important, I would say. I fought for it because we get a lot of students from India, and then they, of course, I usually discuss about it, we have great theoretical knowledge. But when it comes to practical knowledge, we are little behind. So even if you're coming from IITs or so, but that time, the applications were discussed, and then, of course, the German colleagues, they don't know how it works here, right? So my presence was very important. And this helped a lot. And when people from Indian origin also had problems, then they could come and talk to me. Then I was a mediator. So this helped a lot. Okay. Then of course the Erasmus department coordinator, where we have exchange program. We also have the Erasmus Mundus here, right? So this also last 12 years I've been doing. And of course international strategy. So as I said, very few foreign people, me and Shumit Chakrabarti, you know him, right? So we're the only two Indian professors in the whole campus. So you can imagine, right? It has not changed much. So this is, so my rector called me and said, so we have to set up an internationalizing strategy for Rowan City Bokum because we want to attract, I would say the brains, the new brains to us, young people. So this was also a success story, I would say. Then, of course, there were a lot of good things that happened. So I've been in different advisory boards. I've coordinated some EU projects, organized several conferences. I've been also in some journal boards. So this actually enhanced my profile. And the journey was later on a much more smoother compared to the earlier part. So there have been days where I said, let's go back home. It was also like that. But as I said, great support from Harish because without that, it wouldn't have happened. So he took the backseat and especially taking care of the child. Till 18, we had made a clear deal, we will not move out because we don't want to have a change in school and other things. Okay, so we stayed there. Then came the surprise. So this was honorary doctor that was just mentioned. Thank you for introducing me to that. The thing is, I was in Bangalore in 2020, and I want to share the story. I got an email from the University of Aalto University in Finland, and I thought it's fake. I just ignored it. And 1 week later, there was a reminder, and I forwarded to Harish, and I told Harish, do you think something said? And then I just responded something different. And actually, they wanted to honor me with the honorary doctorate. I didn't even dream in my wildest dream was I didn't have any idea about it. Okay, so why was that done? There are people who do CBD and ALD, people who do precursors, but not together. So if you want to do ALD, you have to buy precursors, or you want to do precursor, but you cannot do the ALD because we didn't have the infrastructure for that. So our contribution, and we are only, I think, one of the 3 groups worldwide who are doing both precursor development and the processing of materials. So this was actually one of the reasons later on I got to know. So this is where we are going for the conferment, right? That was a nice so you see, of course there was a formal dress for the morning session, but later on we had the gala party, and then so this is where you see all the people who had been conferred that day. Actually, it was for 2 years. So from different countries, and there was a break of 2 years because it was 2020 because of Corona. It was in 2022 the function. Okay, so that is in a couple of more people. So the Aalto University is the place where ALD was founded, and Dr. Tumo Suntola has a patent for this. Okay, so in 1974, this year is 50 years, and there's a huge conference next month in August in Finland to commemorate the 50 years. Okay? So I was actually very fortunate to be a part of it. So I'm actually very closely associated with now Aalto University since this. And then actually, you see, I just want to summarize. So I was tenured. I had the opportunity because we are doing materials chemistry, making new materials. So I got an opportunity to lead nanostructure sensor materials group at Fraunhofer. So I'll show you on the next slide what exactly we do there. So then, of course, January onwards, I took up the new position, and the professorship is at the TU Dresden, and then IFW, I have this Institute for Materials Chemistry. So this is the group, you see, again, male, only one girl here, right? I tried a lot to enhance it, but there are very few female coming for chemistry, I would say. And then, but now it has changed. There are many few female people now. So it's a bigger group. So I just want to show this is a recent picture we have taken and Dresden. So things are changing now. So now with that, I come to the scientific contributions. So what we do, atomic layer, the processing of nanostructured materials. It can be, for example, materials for microelectronics, for electrodes, magnetic materials. Yesterday we heard about European sulfide. We work on the quantum materials for sensing applications, for also for barrier layers. It could be for food packaging, or also for energy storage and conversion and fencing, optoelectronics. So wide range of materials. And now you may see, you may ask, why am I showing all this? So there are precursors to grow this material, but there are a lot of drawbacks in the existing precursors that we commercially buy. So our job is to develop new precursors and develop new processes using these precursors. Okay, and we have been doing this over a period of time under different projects. And what we do exactly is, so I just give you an example. We bridge molecular chemistry, that we make these molecules, materials, we develop the materials, and then we would like to modulate the properties like conducting, doping, or insulating materials, right? Morphology, structure, etc. for devices. So I'm not the device person. So what we do is actually, we develop these molecules. For example, here you have substrate, you use a molybdenum precursor, or a mental center, a ligand, or yttrium precursor. These are the passivation layer. So you have yttrium and some ligand. So we make these precursors, they're all air sensitive. Everything had to be done, or has to be done in the glove box or using Schlein clamp. So it's very, very and hygroscopic, so extreme care has to be taken care of, right? So this is why precursors are not so common, can get some, but not to the needs that you all want to have in the devices. So recently this was the project I headed. We have a cluster tool where we have two ALD reactors, one CVD reactor, one reactive ion etching, and one is atomic layer etching. So you can have a whole process starting from materials development, etching, and to the devices. Okay, so this was a huge, I would say, a big BMBF project where we can have a process chain for advanced applications. So this was actually in 2018 we had this success, I would say. So my research at Rowan Institute Bochum and in Dresden is develop new precursor chemistry, apply them for material synthesis, and characterize them using complementary tools, and then we collaborate with people, especially engineers for devices and theoreticians for theoretical studies looking into the mechanism, also for precursors, also for devices, band gap engineering. So this is where I see this interest also with this institute to collaborate, and I look forward to that. We'll have some discussions soon on that. And so what, for people who are not familiar, I spoke about CVD-ALD, but I just want to give one small introduction, how it works. So I showed you some molecules, okay? So these are some precursors. This could be maybe oxygen, this could be a trimethyl aluminum. So you have a precursor that you bring in the gas phase, and you would like to go, for example, aluminum oxide. So you can decompose, you can heat the substrate here, the precursor decomposes, and the byproducts are released. You have nucleation and film growth, and this is where you can do thin films, okay? Now you may ask me, okay, what is so big about it? Why can't you do PVD, other methods? So we would like to, especially this method is capable of scaling up. And on the other hand, we also can have modulate the properties based on the parameters, temperature, pressure, precursor nature, etc. Here, atomic layer deposition, as the name implies, it's you have here your continuous process. Your precursors coming, mixing, decomposing, and then you form a film. Here, you let the precursors and the co-reactants separately. Okay, so you have a precursor TMA, trimethyl aluminum. You're allowed to absorb on the surface. You have surface active groups. Then you purge the excess precursor. Then you have a mono layer of the precursor from absorbing on the surface. Then you introduce the water as a co-reactant to make, for example, aluminum oxide. And again, the excess water is purged off. And then you repeat the cycle. So you have cycle, layer by layer growth. And this is where you can get precise control of the thin film. And it can be also scaled up. So it's a discontinuous process. The mechanism is self-limited surface reaction, unlike here, where you decompose the precursor. So in principle, you're doing thin films, but here you do at low temperature. This could be done at higher temperatures because you decompose the precursor. And what is the challenge? Because of requirements. So you have to bring it in the gas phase, so volatile. You have to have it reactive, especially for this, because it has to be reactive to the substrate, to the incoming precursor, as well as to the co-reactant. Then the thermal stability. You don't want the precursor decompose here. So this is a trade-off you have to do. And this is a very, I would say, frustrating job in the lab. It looks so simple. You can buy a precursor, and maybe a ruthenium precursor, 10 grams for 30,000 euros. But to do it, it's a pain, I would say. But we struggle. On the other hand, when you get success, you're happy. And the students are happy. And they get their PhD. And I'm happy too to contribute to this nice emerging field. So I just give you an idea how it works. So we make this precursor in the lab. So here we sublime it. So it is you purify the precursor. So it's a silver precursor used as an electrode for solar cells. Okay. So this was a new development. Then we analyze the precursors using complementary techniques of NMR, mass spec, elemental analysis, X-ray diffraction, single crystal X-ray diffraction, thermal analysis, and then we test them in small scale reactors like a CVD, thermal ALD, plasma ALD, spatial ALD. For solar cells, you have to make it also in roll to roll, right? So large areas. Or recently we have got into the field of molecular layer deposition for hybrid materials, or also spin coating, chemical solution deposition. So these are techniques we have in the lab. And then we analyze with the series of tools for the structure, composition, morphology. And once this is optimized, process optimized, okay, we go to our theoreticians for the mechanistic studies and device people. Okay, so we collaborate with partners, and this is a complete chain starting from precursors till the devices. So that's I would say our research approach, transforming molecules to materials. So how this looks like, I mean, it's beautiful at the end when you see we have some lanthanide molecules, silver here, so depending upon the, of course, the elements, right? So we scale it up, maybe 5 to 10 grams maximum, and then we use it for the deposition. So you have the small scale reactor. Here you see 1/4 inch of a 2-inch wafer here. Then, of course, there are a couple of plasma ALD, thermal ALD reactors, and then the cluster tool, what I showed you earlier, right? This is a where you can grow on 200 wafer. So it transfer the process from 2-inch to 8-inch wafers. So that's how we go about. Okay. And then we see you can make batch deposition or also single wafers here. Just to give an idea, so we do some creative chemistry. We do molecular engineering of the ligands, transform them to materials, right? And then analyze and then test for device applications. So why is ALD so important, right? So if you see the timeline, the landmarks in the application of ALD in commercial devices, I mean, CVD has been established for many years. New materials are sought after. ALD is not so well established apart from this semiconductor in the microelectronic region and in the division. So it started in 1970. I told you, Stumo Suntola was the one who sort of discovered this. So it was actually used for electroluminescent displays till a couple of years. If you have been to Finland, at the airport, you have the display. This was the first display, okay? And then they use zinc oxide as an electroluminescent material to make this display. That was the beginning. So then, of course, the random access memories or materials for random access memories or solid state devices in the NAND structures or as you see, the first patent was in 1974. It's 50 years now. And recently, Samsung has been using it for the OLED displays, coatings of aluminum oxide as a barrier material. So I had the privilege to meet Tuomo Suntola in 2022 in Finland. And it happened that, okay, this was the dress, everything in black, okay? No jewels, nothing. So later on, we had this nice dressing, right? But that time, they had a very strict dress code. And he had 50 years of PhD, same year. So it was very nice to meet him. Of course, very, he had a lot of energy at that age. And this year he's going to give the talk. And he got the Millennium Prize in 2018 for the discovery of ALD. Okay, so this guy is still active. And why I'm highlighting ALD is that because, okay, there have been materials integrated in devices, but it's also going beyond, also going to niche applications in batteries, for storage, energy storage and conversion devices, in the field of photonics, quantum materials, So this is expanding. And you guys, if you have an opportunity to explore this field, do that. I will be happy to help you because there are not many people, especially in India, doing it. Some industries have come, for example, Applied Materials, they have a base in IIT Bombay. So, but there are not many groups which actually do this, they just use ALD just to code something. But the depth of it, in developing new materials and exploring it for devices, that's still at the infancy stage here. And I, in fact, many colleagues, and now we have an opportunity, I hope we can tie up now and do this together. So we are very well equipped with chemistry, so there's no need to do new precursors. We can send the precursors here, we can do the materials together. So this would be also the theory part. So now that was just to show that we did a small scale. So this is where we did it. And then we actually, now we transform it to large scale. This is where the front of people headhunted and they wanted to close the gap between a small scale and large scale because they work on 8-inch wafers. They make the sensors using the the CMOS facilities they have, right? And what we do is we have a group there or have a group where the people take the precursors that are scaled up here. We test it here, right? And then we use it in large scale, also in batch reactors. And then they integrate into the CMOS structures and build up a gas sensing layer also for photodetectors. So what we are also doing is we work very closely with the industry. We see that we develop the process, precursors, and then we work together with industry. It's not only making devices, but we see precursor companies who work with us, and then we develop together new molecules, and then it can be patented if they're good. Otherwise, the students can publish, and with the patent, then it will be a carpet patent. We don't disclose it outside, but you can have a basic thesis. And then, of course, working with people of companies that make big machines, ALD, CVD machines, the substrate suppliers, So this and this, the engineering people. So we work very closely with them, and that has been actually the success. I would say the brain behind the success I work in this field. So this is very good that because you get a feedback. So where I just give you one or two examples. I'm running out of time. Just 5 minutes I need. So 2D materials, why? Especially large scale processing. There's a huge interest, right? So if you look at the roadmap here, performance as a function of the year of introduction. So you see that earlier it was, scaling down, scaling down. So in actually 2010, 8 or so, that was the introduction of the high-K dielectrics. That was a big change because SiO2 was used as a dielectric material in CMOS-based devices. So beyond a certain thickness, SiO2 breaks down, and you need the material with higher dielectric constant. And this is where IBM and Intel announced jointly that they use high-K material like hafnium oxide. So the scaling continued. Now we are here, somewhere here, so it is actually not so easy. So we are talking about more than Moore's law, and where actually the 2D materials will be actually the future. So this is a prediction. It's a happy scaling era that time, but now it's getting more and more complex, and you need to have 2D material. There's a huge demand from the industry to develop 2D materials like tungsten sulfide, molybdenum sulfide, or graphene. Graphene is already done, but you need a material with a band gap. Graphene doesn't have a band gap, you have to dope it. On the other hand, for neuromorphic computing or quantum technologies, there's a huge interest to grow 2D materials. It's not easy. Normally you can exfoliate. So here I want to show that you can also modulate the material properties. You can use it for not only for microelectronics, also energy conversion and storage, photonics, etc. So what we do is we develop the molecules, we develop process, then we work with the engineers. They graph they use this material to graph the biological molecules to have a biosensor. Okay, or we are looking into making this material for quantum information systems like quantum sensors or optical detectors. This is done in Fraunhofer. And of course, new catalyst materials because platinum is very expensive. Now we can think of replacing it with other 2D materials. So this is actually my research focus in Dresden. We have been doing in Bochum, but now transforming to Dresden. So normally you can grow them just by easy method, just exfoliation. Take a bulk material, take a scotch tape and make these monolayers, but then you get only small areas. But you need to have large areas for these devices. So, but there are very few processes known. And I don't want to go into the chemistry. So very, very few precursors, okay, that are known that work very well. So we have been working on that and trying to develop new precursors. And if you see the demand, there's a huge demand, as I said, to grow high quality layers. And in our Fraunhofer, what we did was we developed PEAD process of MOS2 on 200 mm SiO2 wafer and glass wafers. This is how it looks like. This is the two you see here. And of course, we analyze by Raman, XRD, morphology, topology, etc. So this is where we do a complete analysis and then it's integrated with devices. Now you see, I just want to tell you that the precursor and the co-reactant plays an important role in developing new materials, or at least better materials enhanced properties, but the uniformity is not so ideal. You see, there's some gradient, but we are working on that. It's a big step forward, I would say, if you succeed. So then I want to give one example that's metal, ruthenium. So I was talking to you all about scaling down. So we are at the moment in the 2 nanometer technology. So if you take your iPhone 15, you have a processing with the 2 nanometer technology. Now what's beyond that? We're going to angstrom level. Okay, so and at some stage, your materials, what we are using, they will not be in a position to sort of deliver the properties. So they are thinking of new materials, especially for ruthenium as an interconnect material. Copper is used. Copper has a problem that, okay, it has very good resistivity, but you need a barrier to allow to prevent diffusion of copper. So ruthenium, on the other hand, is very stable. It has also good resistivity. Ruthenium is expensive, but you need very little of the material. The problem is, do you have the precursors for that? No. Actually, if you will ruthenium be ever used to replace copper? If yes, then we are in a pole position. And this is where a company came to us, said, okay, we need liquid precursors. We have to do together. So we developed several compounds. It was 2 years of frustration. And the third year, we were successful in getting a liquid precursor. We had solid precursor, they want only liquid precursor. Okay. So we developed, it's a trade name. Herois is a company which sponsored this project, and Ruani Bochum, and we had an oxygen co-reactant and developed ruthenium thin films of high quality. We had a very nice material characteristics, so we try to optimize the process. We get pure high purity layers with good resistivities, and this is actually a result of the collaboration with Herois. They are the leading company for making precious metals, right? And we are in the process of it's patented now, right? So soon it will be revealed. And just want to tell that this is how we work, right? With the people from the industry and we as researchers, right? And then try to see whether we can contribute to this field. So then I will just shortly mention about IFW. So we are focusing on materials for technologies of tomorrow and beyond. That's one of the main, I would say, goal. And we have colleagues here. A couple of them were already here last year, right? So here in this institute. So you see, I'm surrounded by theoretical physicists, solid-state physicists, engineers, and engineers, and I'm the one odd person on with chemistry. But we all have to work hand in hand. So we have 4 interdisciplinary research areas, quantum materials, functions for science, quantum effects at the nanoscale, and sustainable materials and technology, especially for solar cells. That's one of the topics that we are also focusing on. So as I said, all the 4 topics, these are the 4 main pillars, and there's already interest or there have been collaboration initiated between BOSE Institute and our institute there, and we are actually quite complementary, I would say. The chemist is new in this institute. They didn't have any chemist before. So this was actually the reason that I moved there, because this would be a perfect synergy effect to join hands. And we have staff about 560 people. We get funding from the federal and state governments, and then third-party funding comes in parallel. And of course, we have excellent infrastructure in terms of materials synthesis, materials characterization theory, and as well as chemistry. So at the moment, I'm building my labs there, so that the transition from Bochum to Dresden, my team, half of the team is still in Bochum. And what we are doing is we have a strong international team. One of the best placed license institutes from the Humboldt ranking in terms of exchange students or other fellowships. And we offer binational doctoral agreements with the countries. Now we have with here, BOSE Institute. And after the war, we have a very strong excellence program and to have also bilateral collaboration. So strong internationality. We have a lot of people also from India. So I feel very much at home when I see so many people, and compared to Bochum, there were very few. And then the best practices, I'm done. So this is the one I want to highlight. So we had a cooperation agreement with this institute, exchange in the field of superconductivity. There's a workshop in Dresden. Last year, my colleagues were here. I had not joined that time. I just got to know later on. And then, of course, we have 3 to 5 Indian students here in IFW, okay? And just for TU Dresden, also a big university, one of the excellence universities in Germany, and also quite a few students here, a lot of programs. I encourage people to also come there and study or PhD or postdocs. So why in Dresden? Because now this is the Silicon Saxony. So the European Semiconductor Center, there are a lot of job opportunities, a lot of companies here around. So this is why Dresden, this is why it's called Silicon Saxony. And the focus is on new materials for computers, quantum computing. So last but not the least, I would like to acknowledge without the funding, remember in the beginning I started with a little funding, 100,000 euros it was, but now it's enhanced, it's good. I'm happy. Without the funding from different sources, this work wouldn't have been possible, or my research output, I would say, working with industry, working with also with the DFG and the Ministry for Research and Development, right? So, and last but not least, without the great support of my students. So this is actually the current group in Bochum. Some of them will move. And I always had a name for my group. It's Anjana's kindergarten, because they are always treated them as my children, I had only one daughter, but my students were always like kids, I had to give special attention to them. And this is why we had a nickname. And with this, I would like to thank you for your kind attention. I'll be happy to take the question.
So really inspiring and interesting job. We have some time for the presentation now.
I'm just curious, so what is the advantage or disadvantage between CVT versus LT? For example, one thing is, of course, the amount of material you can grow, but the other thing is also purity. For example, with the twisted bilayer graphene, you can do see superconductivity is very sample specific. So I don't know about the quality of the sample, which one is better, because it all depends on which group has been.
Good. So to first address the first part of my question, the CVT and AD. I said in the beginning, CVT works on the principle of decomposition of precursor. So if you have ligands surrounded by carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, at high temperature, you have the disadvantage of incorporating impurities, the carbon molecule. In NB is not the case, it's activity. There are pros and cons in both the methods, but in CVD, if you optimize the process, you can also have material without any contamination. ALD has an advantage that you can have a very controlled flow. You have low temperature, you don't decompose the precursor, so you have the less chance of having any evaporation. And then, of course, when you have very complex structures in terms of devices, then ALD is one method. Okay. And when you, it's a low temperature process. So you can use substrate like polymers or glass, unlike in the CVD. So the precursor plays an important role. It just can't take any precursor. You have to make sure that you optimize the process so that you don't incorporate any impurity. Very seldom is the case that you have no impurities, but one can optimize it in terms of process parameters. And this is where the demand for precursors are more and more, so that you can deliver precursors which are having an optimal reactivity. So in CVD, high temperature process, you can have impurities. Of course, gallium nitride, which got the Nobel Prize, the blue LED, right? They have a very established process. You don't have any impurities there. But in ALD, you can have a process where you don't decompose precursors, and then you can have a pure layer. But still, we have some things, there could be partial decomposition. This is where we have to optimize the process. The CVD, of course, you have to, in graphene, you see, you have high temperature, you have transfer process, you have the methane gas, there are some issues there too. Right?
Thanks.
Right. Thanks a lot, everyone, to find out. I had a question in continuation from see. It's basically that when you say there's so much application in quantum technologies, we are looking at electron transport properties that are really relevant to quantum tech. Can you comment on the state of the art where the CVD technique lies for electron transport experiments? For instance, if I want to see quantum Hall, CVD is really not the way right now. So, and where is the state of the art? Is the field moving towards, I mean, if we can make, for instance, graphene with a million mobility using CVD, then the whole world will move.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly. Right.
Yeah.
So the thing is, when it comes to the properties of materials, ALD, you can just get amorphous layers, very rarely get crystalline layers. You need to do a post deposition everything. In CVD, you can go high temperature, like in your case, maybe you get high epitaxial layers, not so easy. So thing is, it's not so right enough, I would say, in this field. Okay, there's a lot of effort. I know Bosch and global councils are putting a lot of effort on this. It's not so right to bring it out in quantum technology. People are trying, but it's a long way ahead. But why not try now and later? So I would say that it's not so right.
Just a very generic question. You mentioned a lot of industry participation in research in the Germany ecosystem. What fraction of funding typically comes from the government?
So we had, I give an example, in one project we had about 350,000 for 3 years, that is around 350,000 euros, right? And another one we had about 450. So that's a range. So they normally sponsor a PhD, which costs about 60,000 euros per year in the country level. In the case of, I would say, the precursor developers, they give the raw material, so you don't have to buy that. So everything else for the personnel and for the equipment, for the deposition, this money is, but they give all the raw material. So you think it's starting material, it's expensive, right? So those actually are a plus point. So normally they sell the raw materials when they develop precursor, but in the case of developing a process, we develop a HLM of that process for making watches, coating for watches, where night when it just we shake a watch, it close, So numerous and complicated. So there actually we had postdoc positions, and the funding is actually for process development. So precursors don't come there. So we have to develop our own precursors and develop a process. Okay.
So you DFG or something like that for
The main funding, you mean? Yes. The thing is DFG and the German Federal Ministry for Research. So there the level is about little higher, I would say. DFG is again about 300,000, 3,000 for the
Very impressive talk. So I have a question related to your inverse tools. So you showed 200 millimeter inverse tool. How is the device for? So it was grown by ALD.
Yeah, eight, yes. It
So,
was done by eight.
and what about the grain boundaries and this?
So we have still flakes. We are not getting the whole, I mean, it's very uniform right here. But if you really look at the morphology, we have still some flakes, but the grain our goal is to make large area grade. So if we get 100 nanometer grade, that's more than enough to insert how many billions of transistors, you know. So the main aim at the moment we are on 30, 40 nanometers. So our aim is to enhance the grade. This is where we use plasma. That we other parameter to modulate the properties of the microstructure and the growth of the film, right? Also the interface is also of very high importance.
Okay, so it's a nanometer, 100 nanometer scale grain.
Yeah.
Compared to CBD where in grade
Yeah,
100.
even that, exactly.
So, and what about the mobilities and has it been studied? Like,
Actually, at the moment we have a problem with the contact, you know, it's a really headache. I have a contact with the 2D with the substrate, right? So it's very poor, only for the sensing it works very well. So this we're still on that, the engineers are doing it, but at least from our layer, right? But there is now the huge demand, I know from one industry, so that they want to implement in 2030 CFPs from MOS too. So there's some effort there. But the main challenge is to make large area grains with ALD, not with CVD, ALD, because you have to have back end of the line below 500 degrees centigrade, right? The CVD will not be able to achieve that.
so devices have not been made.
Yeah, that's for principle, you know,
Okay.
but not at the scale. But Taiwan Semiconductors have recently shown that they have integrated WS2 as channel material in the so that's a motivation. They're not giving any details, but it works very well in the mobility, high mobility.
Okay, I think we should wind this session and thanks Professor Anthony.
Thank you very much.
So we see a lot of research and technical discussion happening by in this meeting.
So now I would like to request the session chair to please hand over the memento to the speaker.
The next speaker in this session is Professor Israr Shivshani from Babylon University, Israel. Israr did her PhD from Weizmann Institute and then she was a postdoc at UIUC. And she had a special, she was actually a veteran fellow at UIUC. And then she moved to Israel as a faculty for the Haifa University, where she spent a couple of years. She also had a joint position with Epsilon, and currently she's at Babylon University as a faculty. She's really an expert in the field of topologically systems and strongly correlated electron systems. And I also know her from a long time because I was on a postdoc. So front, you have 45 minutes and please keep 10 minutes for everything.
Okay, so thank you very much, Marty, and I also want to thank the organizers for inviting me. In fact, I'm really humbled to be here as a role model. I'm not sure I'm the best example. I didn't win any honorary doctorate at Scandinavian University. But what I would like to describe for you is really my personal journey. It's very personal. I'm also from Israel, so it's very much embedded in my environment, my local environment and culture. And the message I want to convey, let me give you a spoiler from the main message from my talk is that doing physics is fun, and that's what has driven me through, all sorts of obstacles. And I'm really happy that I was given the opportunity to do the faculty job, funded, and with students and what are giving. best example. Okay, so, this is, let me just begin my story. So, I also want to mention that I'm very honored to be part of events that are related to this wonderful event, the BOS. And bosons are my favorite particles. Although, if you look carefully at the picture, so this is my profile picture. It was drawn when I was a graduate student at Weizmann for my wedding invitation. It's kind of a joke. It's supposed to depict me as a domestic wife, cooking and sorts of things. But if you look carefully, actually, they're fermions. But okay, as you see from my talk, bosons played an important role in my, or in fact, quantum statistics in general is an important thing in my journey as a theoretical physicist. So I want to begin by my first inspiration for going to science in general is my father. Unfortunately, he just passed away recently, so that was an opportunity to go through childhood photos and so on. So my father, Moshe Shilo, was a scientist really in heart and spirit. So he was a chemist working in a national lab with Sorek in a national center in Israel. And but he was just interested in science. And as a small kid, I remember him giving me explanations about, plants and nuclear weapons and, everything. And he would do magic tricks for birthday parties, and they were just chemistry experiments. And so that has really inspired me to become a scientist. It was kind of natural thing, but moreover, so this is just depicting my father in one of his sabbaticals in Argonne National Lab, and actually it turned out that particular year he was working on hypothesis of conductors. Okay, so but my role model was my mother, Clara, who is also a scientist and a chemical engineer, and also a talented artist. So she also inspired me to be exposed to culture, to learn music and do art, and do it in parallel, and don't try to focus only on studies and science. But she was really my role model, because for me as a woman, it was completely natural to choose science. And in fact, my parents are the same age. They work in the same lab. They very similar. So for me, the role model was that men and women are, they're just partners. They partner in everything. And this particular photo is showing my mother. This was in the early 70s. My mother was actually head of department of isotope production and in the Sorek Nuclear Center. And she's I don't know if any of you recognize the other woman is Golda Meir, who was our prime minister. So she was showing her, it was kind of a government visit, and she was showing her around the lab. Okay, so this was my first, so I was born into a scientific. It was almost a gift to become a scientist. And then in high school, I was actually the only girl in the class that took physics major. So somehow, we were divided to different tracks. This is how it went at the time. And In the exact science track, there were only 20% of the class were women, but I was the only one in physics. And this is taken from the cover of our yearbook. But actually, I made the design. I actually drew this, as well as the previous. So you'll see some drawings throughout the talk. And you see, okay, much of it is written in Hebrew, but you can see it's basically mechanics, some chemistry, and so on. And I took the physics major, but here I want to mention particularly as my inspiration to be interested in quantum science. That was actually my chemistry teacher, Iola. So because I wanted to take both physics and chemistry, I had to miss all the chemistry classes and learn it on my own. And she was kind enough to offer me kind of private sessions just to fill in the gaps. And while doing so, she was telling about orbitals, atoms. I was fascinated. I really wanted to understand why do the electrons do this? And then the answer was, and I strictly remember, this is a childhood memory, a glint in her eye. She was like in a dreamy way saying, oh, this is quantum mechanics. Okay, so that the message I got is that, so quantum mechanics is the key to all the riddles of the world, so to speak. So that was one an important step in my childhood memories. Then there was something unique to Israel right after high school. And what do you think I did? I joined the military because we do a compulsory military service. And I was admitted to it was so-called Communications and Electronics Force. This is the shield I got as a present when I left, when I completed my service, so you cannot see very well, but if you look very carefully at this figure, you can see an atom surrounding it was specializing in maintaining communication devices, and I was admitted to a special course training girls to do young women to learn electronics and apply it to just fixing. So we are trained very, very narrowly we got a crash course in electronics, and then like 2 months, and then we had to learn how to fix certain devices, and that's it. But throughout the course, this is I want to mention here two experiences that you think that the military service is the worst place to develop any inspiration for science, but it was quite the opposite. Because first of all, one experience I had is that throughout this crash course in electronics, they mentioned bypassing semiconductor physics in a nutshell. And without any time or any, none of the instructors was even trained to give me answers, deep answers to the fundamental physics of it. But I was hooked on this idea that, this, by the way, depicts the diodes of the kind that I buried in my lab work and throughout my service. But the idea that you can have transport carried by holes rather than electrons was, to me, it was fascinating. The idea that it was the first time that I encountered the concept of an emergent particle. And then, eventually I specialized as a theoretical condensed matter physicist, specializing in many body physics. So that was my first encounter with the fact that you can describe, you can assign particle nature to something that is in fact an emergent entity and not an elementary. So that was the one thing, and the second thing, and of course, because in the Army course we didn't learn much about it, I said, this I really have to. At that time I was not sure what I want to do in life, or whether I really want to study physics or biology, and also I had all sorts of idea. This really fixated me. Was it. Then the second experience I had, which I took as a lesson for life, was that in my military service, I was assigned a project, and that was like my main project was to design some device, never mind. But then I got a side project. And the side project was in the lab where I was working. They developed some kind of instrument to track the faults in field line forms. So this is a field form for military purposes, and it has wires that you just push through the field. And then it's getting cut off somewhere, and you have to measure where, you have to detect where. And there wasn't an instrument developed in our lab by someone else before me, and it was supposed to use the idea that you charge a capacitor and measure the time it takes to relax, and that's how you track the fault. Now there was a fault in the design. And it didn't work. It was just inaccurate. Just didn't do the job. And I was assigned as a side project to work through it, or maybe replace maybe some faulty devices. But then when I looked at the scheme, it wasn't like an immediate thing. But I suddenly had this enlightenment. There was some, I cannot get the details, I don't remember them very well, but there was some really fault in the design, often that the device was wrong. Some mistake, just a stupid mistake, but it was very subtle. And that just changed, I just solved the problem and got a lot of respect from mannerism. So that was that actually taught me that thinking it really required thinking out of the box. Okay, so when you're stuck in a hard problem, maybe do something else. Maybe think out of the box. Okay, I don't know if one can train for it, but that's an important part of doing science. Okay, so. Okay. Let me move on. So my undergraduate degree was in the Hebrew University in Jerusalem. Once again, I was the only woman in the class. Okay, that's it. That is something that never really, but I must admit, it never bothered me. I felt very comfortable in the company of my colleagues and peers, but I was the only one to complete the track. It was very hard. We started 80 the first year and finished 12. But for my first course in mechanics, physics 101, what I really liked the relativity part was very inspiring. Of course, it was the first time I heard about it. And the professor professor was talking about this, this famous paradox, these moving frames, and he was telling the story about the witch and so this is my take on the class. Okay, there's witch tilde because of the way we denote the other system is with a tilde sign, and was kind of the culture of our first year course in physics. For most of us, women and men, it was very hard, very demanding, but we enjoyed having jokes about things, and that's what helped us to. Okay, so and then I went to Weitzman first. I did a master's degree and in quantum chaos, actually. So my first advisor was Uzi Smilansky. This is him, and this is my first paper. I was attracted to the area of quantum chaos. At the time, what wasn't known as quantum chaos is a quantum study of systems that are classically chaotic. And so that there are different things that are called quantum chaos. And I was fascinated by the question of what happens with quantum mechanics in the classical when you have a chaotic system. Is there some connection between microscopic and macroscopic? So that's originally what's driven me into this field. But I realized that at the time it was very models and very theoretical. I wanted something that was more connected to experiment. So for my PhD, I moved to condensed matter. And my advisor was Yuval Geffen, who's a colleague of Sumati, is a good friend and a colleague of him. And I'm showing my first paper as a PhD student. It's not my most important paper or anything like that. And the other co-author is Shmuel Fishman, the late Shmuel Fishman. So unfortunately, he died in 2019 at a too early age. And he was also, throughout my whole career, one of the most supportive and friend and colleague. And even though we collaborated only in the last years, we collaborated again. But throughout my entire career, he was really supportive to me. So I'm really sorry to say. And I want to say something about Yuval's. My PhD advisor, he was just a few years older than me, and he was very young. He just joined Weitzman as a new faculty, and I was his first student. So he didn't have much experience in writing at the time. But the reason I'm mentioning this first paper is that he assigned me some project again, but I had to read the material for the project, and I read his papers, and I said, I told him, look, I think there's something you do here that is inconsistent. I was very worried that he would say, oh, what, you stupid, you don't know anything, let me explain to you. I was very scared of saying it. Nevertheless, I said, look, I'm reading and trying to understand. There's something I think it's inconsistent. And he said, oh, great. You know what? Why don't you do it right? And that was the first paper. Okay. And then even the title says charging corrections. So these are the corrections. Okay. Okay. So Good, so that was my first paper, and then perhaps my biggest project that was really the core of my PhD thesis was on a driven quantum system that is coupled to environment, studying the effect of dephasing, dissipation. So that, once again, the motivation for that was the question of what happens, how do we go from the microscopic quantum coherent to the macroscopic. And I think my thesis, which is actually even today is among my most cited papers, is giving a lot of insight about that. And I must say that throughout the years, a lot of people repeated or didn't know about this paper. Because then after that, I moved to other things and repeat it, and I discover every once in a while that, oh, actually, I've done it already. Why don't you do that? It was published in Annals of Physics. Okay, so let me look at the time, still fine. Okay, so as Artie mentioned, I did my postdoctoral for 4 years. I was lucky to be in University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign in Urbana, and it was really, really, you cannot imagine how lucky, this was one of my lucky strikes. So I traveled, of course, with a family. I was married with 2 children. My son was 3 months old when we boarded the plane. I still remember arriving to Urbana in a small, there's a small plane that goes from Chicago to the, cornfields. And we are with a small baby and a 4-year-old girl and 6 suitcases. We just, all our life there was scary. No grandmothers, nobody to help us with children. We didn't know how we find how we manage, but partly we did. But one of the things was in the beginning, I wasn't sure that I will have that I will have more than 2 years to stay there, because I got the fellowship from Israel, the Rothschild Fellowship, which is very prestigious, but it's only for like a year or 2. And my husband wanted to do his PhD there in computer science. And PhD is 4 years. So we were very lucky that there was this Beckman Institute established, and I got the fellowship and managed to spend 4 years. And we still remember them fondly as cornfields and all, but it was really a wonderful period, in spite of all the difficulties. We have many friends that are still good friends since then. And one of the things that kept us going, I think the friendship aspect I'm trying to emphasize is really important ingredient in one's career as a scientist. Because through physics discussions, similar experiences, you get networking, and networking also helps you later. So that's very important. We used to hold a party every spring in the yard of the students. We were living in some student dorms, and there were big lawns there. We used to have a traditional party that we call the Shimshoni Fest, and I think this one is the 4th. So it was a potluck party for people coming from all. One of the things that I liked, and through my US experience, is that we were exposed to many cultures. Before that, my English was also a bit limited, and I didn't meet people from India, from Japan, from China, and I was so fascinated by all these cultures, and we used to have a potluck where everybody brings a dish from there. That forced me to make hummus, which was never the same as before. So this is from the just a photo I found from the last showing test, and you can recognize Nobel laureate Tony Leggett. At that time, he was not a Nobel laureate. He got it in 2003 for his contributions to activity. And this is me, and you cannot see very well, but much younger and thinner and prettier. And this is Paul Goldbart. And now he's in Stony Brook, and he was, at the time, he was an assistant professor. And in fact, he was my main collaborator at the beginning years. We worked on mesoscopic superconductivity. And the other person I want to mention from that time that still to this day a very good friend is Shivaji Sondhi. I'm sure many of you know him. It's now in Oxford, a professor. So we overlapped as postdocs. It's a very rare photo. I had a hard time finding it because he didn't like to take photos. It was never in the group photos. But I forced him to have that last one just before I left. And he actually is we were co-postdocs. He wasn't my advisor. So it was my, not my first, I would say, because I also had a paper with Adi Stern as PhD students. We published one paper together without any advisor, but Shivaji really introduced me to the subject of the quantum Hall effect. I didn't know much about it, and we did very nice work together, some of which I will mention soon, but he actually introduced me to the subject, and the other person you see here, at the time 7.5 years old, is a daughter, who's now herself a postdoctoral fellow at in biology. Okay, so let me go. I don't have much time, so okay. So I will go very briefly through the research part. Sorry, so there's not much time left. I want to mention one piece of work that I was involved with Shivaji and Danny Shachar, who at the time was himself a PhD student at Dan Tsui's lab. Dan Tsui, also a Nobel laureate, was not yet a Nobel laureate at the time, and we were interested in quantum Hall transitions from between quantum Hall states into the resonator. And in this particular paper, the reason I want to mention it, not only because it was published in Science, it was an experimental theoretical collaboration, and the theory part was really very, very simple. It was just interpreting the data in view of some fancy theory. The fancy theory is the picture of composite bosons. So this is one way, not the only, but one way to intuitively understand the quantum Hall effect. And the way you do it is that basically by attachment of flux quanta to a fermion, you can change the statistics. So statistics is not a binary, okay, in condensed matter interactive systems. And the mapping to composite bosons, the advantage of it is that you can relate it to superconductivity, because now you have charged bosons, and you can understand the application of magnetic field away from an exact filling factor, which in this case it's 1/3, you can understand the transition to the insulator through application of a magnetic field. In analogy, there is another phase transition from a superconductor to insulator. What we discovered in this work, I mean, experimentally, it was discovered that if you take the IV characteristics of various healing factors, you find that they map on each other if you trade voltage and current, and you just fold so this figure is just folding the curves of one half to the other side. You see that they fall on top of each other, meaning that there's some symmetry between the two phases, the insulator and the quantum Hall phase are related by symmetry, and it's a duality symmetry. And okay, this is just to explain the statistics change, why is it in bosons. So, the duality is the following. So it's really mapping it to a superconductor insulator transition. In the superconducting phase, the particles that are causing finite transport are vortices. They are defects in a superfluid of the charge, whereas in the insulator, they are the individual charges. So these particles are dual to each other. In one phase, these are localized, the vortices are localized, but the bosons are superconducting. In the other phase, it's exactly the opposite. That reminds me of an Escher drawing. So, here in the superconducting materials, there is no symmetry, but in the quantum Hall case, there is, because both the vortices and the particles are really the same entities. They are composites of charge and flux. That's very unique to quantum Hall. And that's why this duality is a symmetry. It's not just a mapping that allows you qualitatively to make one phase to another. Okay, so actually, I have no time for details, but we also had a prediction while trying to understand the experimental result. We realized that in order for everything to make sense and be consistent, the Hall resistance, this what I showed you before was the longitudinal ohmic resistance. We had to show that the Hall resistance is quantized throughout the insulator, not only in the quantum Hall. That is an experimental result that followed the theory. Okay, so we predicted it must be quantized, and Danny has done the experiment to show that it's true. That the insulator also has a quantized Hall resistance. Okay, so that was kind of we coined it a quantized Hall insulator, and later on I had several works related to this with Asa Orbach from the Technion, and some nice work with Uli Zulike, who's down in New Zealand, and we had a paper with Kapitovic about it. Okay, so looks like maybe I'll go through. Okay, let me just mention very briefly my latest my later research, some highlights. So I did a lot of work on transport in correlated quasi 1D systems, and in particular on spin chains, and using the idea, and for example, looking at thermal transport carried by insulating materials through spin-ons in quantum magnets. And the collaboration started with Nathan Andre and Achim Roche. That it's actually introduced me to the subject when I was on sabbatical in Rutgers for a wonderful year, and with Nathan Andre. And Arti was one of Arti's projects, was actually related to the subject. We were able to show that in a large Widman-Franz, there's an unusual Widman-Franz law in Latinger related because of the way that thermal transport and electric transport are not affected similarly by conservation. That's basically the key to it. And like later, as in my group in Bar Ilan, we followed up this subject, and among other things, I was involved in some collaboration with experimentalists on spin chain and spin laders material, showing that there are huge magnetothermal. So you can manipulate the thermal conductivity of quantum magnets with magnetic field. And the key to that is that the particles that actually carry and transport are spin-ons, magnetic field for them acts like a gate voltage on a charge cage. Okay, so that is like the key idea that leads to these patterns that we can explain, that you see experimentally. We got theoretical explanations for it. This is my student Ofer Schlagman, whose main PhD thesis was on that. And later I did a lot of work on superconducting ladders. And once again, using the idea of mapping from one problem to another. This is what theorists do. So in this case, there's a very nice mapping actually to the transverse field Ising model between superconducting ladders and spin ladders, and that's actually a mapping to fermions, not bosons. But as I said, statistics is interchangeable. We can play these games. We can combine gauge fields with particles to change their statistics, and it goes both ways. Okay. And so, this is a group photo of my group that was taken when one of my postdocs, Marcello, was finishing, and this guy is from Italy. And this is Victoria Mazzo. This is Joey Wang, who's Taiwanian postdoc of mine, Eyal Balach, is still my student. So we're all having beer in the local park. Okay, so you see, physics is a lot of fun, as I said, a lot of parties. And I don't have time to get into it, but there's another work on a chiral spin liquid is really a toy model of this liquid. And last but not least, I have a huge amount of work. This is really from the recent years. I have a huge amount of work in collaboration with these guys, Ganapati Morty and Herb Fertig. And this is this photo is actually on our working group, WhatsApp group. It was taken in Colorado in the National Monument Park during one of our many stays in Aspen. So almost, I was never elected to be a member of the Aspen Center for Physics, although I was often nominated by several people. I think that was confident. But I got to be there almost every year. So, I know the place up to down, and every mountain I climbed several times. And but we had a lot of collaboration, quantum Hall effect in Dauphine. And these are just two examples that I want to mention because they are collaborations, direct collaboration with experimentalists and a joint paper. The first one is with Ginny Lau, and this is depicting some phase diagram. You can ask me later the tea break about what is it all about, but it's basically the quantum Hall states are very rich in graphene, and you can manipulate them. This is in a tetra layer, 4 layers. So you can, in more than one bilayer and tetra layer, you can control the quantum Hall states not only by magnetic field, but also with the in a dual gate device. And then the phase diagram depends on this displacement field parameter. And the last paper is collaboration with the group of John Zhu from Penn State. And did a beautiful experiment on a phase diagram of quantum states in bilayer graphene, again with the displacement field. And this guy, Udit Khanna, was my postdoc and he's done all the theory, really done everything. This collaboration, the theory part, so we just go to position PRM in the graph. This is our latest publication together. Just, I'm sorry, okay. Discussion. Let me, so far I told you, I think it's a very optimistic story of my life. I think I was lucky. I think I enjoyed every step. What kept me going is very pure curiosity. It kept me through these days in spite of the constraints set by the funding, trying to explain to administrators why what I'm doing with quantum science. I learned how to package it, play the game, but mostly what drives me is really basic research, understanding riddles, understanding why things work, and collaborating with experimentalists is very important partner in my research taste. Coming from Israel, I must end with a sad note. Sorry for that. So I'm putting here just one slide. We keep working, going live, doing physics or whatnot, but we have to all the time keep in our heart and awaken at night, thinking that 120 hostages are still in Gaza. For now today it's 286 days since October 7th. And with, fortunately, I don't see a future prospect for their coming home, but let me just mention out of the 120, I want to mention these 5 young women, 19-year-old soldier women who served in the military as observers on the border. They were kidnapped, and they're very brave. There are some photos showing the interaction with the kidnappers on the day of capturing, actually. Very brave girls. They tried to alert the commanders. They were not heard. And they're still in Gaza. I hope they're still alive. Please hold on. These are the names. Gam, Daniela, Karina, Miriam, now. So, with that, thank you for your attention. Thank you, Fran. Fran and Stefan. Also, we are young, but we can have a very deep discussion. Yeah. Thank you. It was a very nice talk, and it was quite emotional to look at this last slide. This switching back, I just had a nice question on the dual symmetry case that you showed on quantum Hall insulator and superconducting phase. So is it correct if I understand that, for instance, you showed an experimental curve with this one? Right. You mean this one or the next? The next, there was a superconducting transition, right? After this one, yeah. That's actually in Bismuth. That's the classic example. Right. So is it correct if I understand it as like you have a quantum Hall insulator piece and then you have a superconductor insulator transition?
it some sort of surface state superconductivity creeping in, or is it a bug?
No, so it is a two, so the so the quantum is a two-dimensional, two-dimensional system. It is truly two-dimensional gas. In the superconducting, the superconducting films on which you observe the superconducting condition, they are two-dimensional in the sense that it's thin films that are thinner than coherent. So, okay, so it's not strictly two-dimensional, but the superconductivity, the field or like the connecting, the line of instance is two-dimensional. Okay, and that's where you see the superconducting. So it's really a two-dimensional phase transition. Okay, in the sense of the phase transition, it's two-dimensional.
Okay, but the phenomenon, once you have done the phase transition, it's not two-dimensional anymore.
No, it's not, I mean, again, it's not atomically two-dimensional, but the collective phenomenon. Okay.
You also maybe different. Open is power is different.
Yeah, so exactly, so what postulates Saulis is the thermal transition. So indeed, in such thin fields, the thermal transition is best described by postulates Saulis, but the superconductor to insulator transition is a quantum phase transition. That's zero temperature. Okay, so it's a true second order phase transition. In fact, it's mapping to the XY, it's basically the XY model in the 2 plus n. Okay, that's theorist version, but in the quantum phase transition, in 2 dimension is map to classical transition one. Like we mentioned, therefore it's just second order. Yeah, and then there have been studies of critical behavior.
One good question is, I mean, my question to the same slide. You talked about BOSEStat, right? What can you elaborate on the strategy that you employed to stabilize the BOSEStat?
So the experiment is just to take a magnetic field and you apply your text or superconducting field and you apply magnetic field. Magnetic field, and because it's thin, because it's you know, the thin superconducting thing, the effective penetration is actually not the London penetration, right? It's huge. In fact, it's bigger than the sample. So, and therefore, there's no Meissner effect in vortices. And as long as they look at it, the magnetic field is small enough. They're just localized by impurities and they don't disturb the superconductivity. But when you keep increasing the magnetic field, you reach a critical point where the critical point is where the sample resistance is of order the quantum resistance, okay? And then it becomes, then it switches to the insulator. That's a phase, that's really a second order phase transition. And the superconducting order is filled, vanishes, there's no stiffness anymore, then it just becomes the insulator. However, the insulating phase is, you know, many of us believe that you still have Cooper, so the Cooper pairs that make the charge carriers and the superconductor are intact, they are not yet dissolved. So you can have the insulator of bosons, charge bosons. So the whole picture is within a bosonic. You can forget about the electron, it's less of that. Theory that describes really charge bosons, coupling to the H field. That's it, the story in a nutshell. I think we should
wind up this session now. Next time to start again.
Now I would like to request the session chair to please hand over the memento to the speaker. So now I would like to request our Dean Academic, Professor Amitava Lahiri, to please hand over the memento to the session chair, Professor Aarti Garg. So we'll now have a tea break and we start the next session at 11:25.
এটা এসেম্বল এইটা হ্যাঁ নাম দিয়ে দাও। হ্যাঁ নামটা লিখে দাও
হ্যাঁ আমি করে দেবো
অদিতি আমার
অদিতি সেনরে বন্দনা সিং আচ্ছা
ঠিক আছে তাহলে বাকি রইলো কুসুম ম্যাম কুসুম ছিল ওখানে বসে
একটু নিয়ে আসো না আমি দেখছি হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ দিয়ে দেবো
So welcome back. So we will now start our next session. And I would like to request Professor Shikha Verma from IOP Bhubaneswar to please chair this session.
So good morning. Welcome after this tea session. And we have very three exciting talks in here. And the first one is by Dr. Vandana Singh from DST. Second is by Professor Aditi Sen, Sen Day from HRI. And the third is from Kusum Dochak, IIT Palakkad. So first one, I have a pleasure to invite Dr. Vandana Singh from DST. And she is with DST since 2008, and she heads the scientific divisions of, also I know her that she had also headed, was part of this VOS scheme. Many of you may know for women with the break-in carrier, but now she's in the Department of Vice Kiran division. So you can ask all your questions related to that. Her education is, she did her PhD from School of Life Sciences, Agra, India, and also MPhil and PhD in plant sciences. And then she had a diploma from National Law School of India University in IPR law. And today she is talking of on women in science and engineering, challenges and opportunities. I guess it's a view from DST side angle also. So please. So, around 40 minutes and 5 minutes per question, total 40 minutes.
Thank you much for the introduction. And I would like to thank Anshri ma'am for inviting me here and other organizers of our team for the very warm welcome. And I'm really glad to be part of this first session to heard the role model talk and their inspiring journey. It was really wonderful to listen. So now, today I'm going to talk what the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, is doing for women to promote them in science and technology. So I will talk about women initiative by DST and so the Indian context is slightly different from the other part of the world. At global level, the women participation in SME workforce is around 29 to 30%. But in India, situation is very different and the participation is very low. It is around 18.6% as per the latest survey of DSP in 2021. But the situation, how arise this situation when women is so less in SME workforce, while the participation in scientific education, higher education, it is at par, or sometimes it is more than the male counterpart. So if you see this graph, here the women, you may find women less in engineering only at graduation, post graduation, and PhD level, while in other science and medicine, women are at par at all the three levels. But the situation becomes different when they come in workforce. So in 2015, the data said their participation is 13.9, and now after the so much of effort of Government of India, this become 18.6 in 2021. So there are some reasons why it is so happening with women where they are going after getting the education, after getting the highest degree in science and technology. So their performance in science is depend on various factors, the social, economic, and academic factors, and they have to compromise somewhere in Indian context. I would say their social pressures and the comes economic. Then family would like to invest more on the boy rather than a girl. And academic, security while nearby the institution, and all such kind of things are also hindering their presence, their performance in science. So this is my personal thing, what I observed in the last few years. There are tendencies for women to, build a career at every stage. From very beginning at pre-entry, when they are in a school, they have to understand why they have to do science, what is the fascinating about, and the family wants the, smooth life, they ask them to go for humanities. But once they are STEM, they have to, and again they have to, guided by peers and families for the subject areas what to be chosen. Once they cross this stage, when they are getting experience of research, then they're the same age they are they are okay, they are ready for marriage and family wants to be to get married and all. So they have so much of social pressure at this stage when the science is also demanding after PhD and family is also demanding to get married. And they have now responsibilities and once they are enter in the job, they have finding very difficulties in retentioning their career and progression because having a child and other social family responsibilities, their progress is a little slow rather than their male counterpart. And the most important one is the leadership role. So the very few women you find in India, now the situation is changed and but still work has to be done in this area when women are at first and second tier level of leadership. So, with these thoughts, with these observations, Department of Science and Technology has started a holistic umbrella scheme, Kiran, in 2014, which is now known as Women in Science and Engineering Kiran, Vice Kiran scheme, and which is committed to provide various kind of opportunities to all to women of all walks of life and to bring gender parity in Indian S&T ecosystem. So we are working for enabling women scientists for re-entry, enhancing their participation and retention, strengthening institutions, and capacity building and enabling ecosystems. These are some programs under the umbrella scheme of Vice Kiran, where we are providing opportunities for girls through Vigyan Jyoti program, opportunities for women researchers through Vice PhD, Vice PDF, Vice Scope and Vice IGA program, opportunity for senior researcher under Vidushi, and opportunities for institutions under CURI and the T program. So let's see the pre-entry levels where DST has launched the Vigyan Jyoti program to attract young girls towards STEM careers. And also the main aim is to motivate them to pursue higher education and career in underrepresented areas of STEM like physics, maths, earth sciences, engineering, and now these are the upcoming tech-driven subject areas. So the whole Vigyan Jyoti program, it was started in 2020. Now we are in fifth phase, and there are certain levels you can see 50,000 girls. This is our target in a year. We have to do from class 9 to 11, 9 to 12. Then there is a PG scholarship and research fellowship. Now, at present, only this school component is active, and we have to introduce these two components. So here the objectives are to motivate girls towards STEM career, and then to address the underrepresentation, to ensure the gender parity across the STEM fields, and to facilitate conducive environment and enabling a path to girls from school to their career. So this you can understand the spread of the Vigyan Jyoti program with this slide. Like we are in fifth phase completed, fourth phase completed, and this is fifth phase in this year. And we have covered 34 state and UTs and 300 districts. This program is running, and we are catering 80,000. This year we are getting 330,000, but before that we have completed 50,000. So in total, we have benefited 80,000 girls from class 9 to class 12 through various interventions under the Vigyan Jyoti program. So this is quite a very ambitious program of DST. A lot of efforts and investment is involved in this program, and these activities are like we are doing year-round activities. So it is not like one-time affair. The students which are enrolled in Vigyan Jyoti, they are engaged whole year in some one or other kind of activity. And the main soul of this program is to give them a special additional academic support to crack the competitive exams. So, besides this, we have role model interaction, special lectures, student-parent counseling, career counseling, because parents are a very important part of their journey, and we really need to motivate them to resolve their queries in why this STEM field is important for their girls. And teacher training is also part of this program. And we have some teaching activities in this program, and some specific curriculum-based activities. C STEM for class 9, 10, and a Sparkle series for 11, 12 to understand the complex phenomena in easy manner. And besides that, we have a knowledge partner, because the structure of this program right now, Navodaya Vidyalaya Samiti is the implementing partner, and we are running this program in JNVs, and but other schools like KVs and state schools, RV schools are also very much part of this. Students of these schools are very much part of this program. And we are choosing knowledge partners. So knowledge partners are the institution of eminence, higher educational institution, universities. So we are clubbing both of them, and they are going to mentor them for the year round for various acting various activities like mentoring, role model, and visits also. So these are some glimpses of Vigyan Jyoti program. Activities. We also gave them scholarship in class 12th student for 1 year, and then some resource material which is useful them for cracking the exams, the competitive exams. And these are the role model talks. That's a curriculum based activity, and these are our portal and Twitter handle. So now comes to the entry level. The main requirement in India is like good institution, should be good institution. But for girls, parents are very possessive, and they want it should be nearby. And of course, quality education is required. So what we are doing, we have this program, Consolidation of University Research for Innovation Excellence, popularly known as QD program. And here we are supporting women institution. And this program was started in 2009, but that for the Indian women in universities only. But now in 21-22, we have expanded this program, and now we are supporting women PG colleges as well. So we are creating good research infrastructure, state-of-the-art facilities in these institutions to provide girls, quality education in their area only. So we have supported in now 11 women universities, and in between when artificial India started, to go to the domain of artificial intelligence, then there is a need of trained human resource. So we have established 6 AI labs, exclusive AI labs in 6 women universities, which is and they have introduced some new certificate courses. They modify some curriculum in existing program. So they are now trained and getting jobs. And now this women PG colleges. So till now we have supported 42 women PG colleges. And these are the spread 18 states we reached, 45 cities, 11 women universities, and 42 women colleges. So now comes to experience and retention. Here the women need exposure, and as I told, the same age of marriage. So they came in the workforce research after some break. So they need some kind of training capacity building as well. So the Department of Science and Technology have some programs to address these challenges. So this is Women Scientists Scheme, a very popular program, flagship program of the DST, which was started in way back 2003, and it ran 20 years. 22, 23 we have redesigned because it has completed 20 years of journey, and now the scenario has little changed. So we have tweaked our program and come out with the new programs where which can be more suitable for girls in today's environment. So this program has huge success, and you can see with this program there was three component earlier, was A, was B, and was C, for basic and applied sciences and for societal research and for training in intellectual property rights. And the party participation of girls at doctoral level and postdoctoral level and doctoral level is almost 50-50. So after the redesigning, we are coming up 2022-23, this program was closed, and we are coming up with new program, this Vice Fellowship for PhD. So here we are providing support for up to 5 years, and this is the age is 27 to 45 year, and because we are not crossing, we do not want to cross the CSIR net, but same time we would like to facilitate girls who already has break in their career. So 27 and 45 year is for PhD, and they can do PhD in five classical subject area of basic and applied sciences. And we provide fellowship plus HRA and at part of JRF and research grant and overhead charges. And this is open throughout the year. Then this new program, Vice Postdoctoral Fellowship, Vice PDF, this also aims to support women from 27 years to 60 years of age. So the soul of Women Scientists Scheme was to address breaking career challenges. So, but we are not deviating here from that soul. The soul is very much here because we are supporting till 60 years of age. Whenever you want, whenever you need some support, then you can come, you can apply in DSP for this particular program. Again, these five classical subject areas of basic and applied sciences. And the fellowship is 67,000. This recently enhanced and HRA plus research grant equipment and overhead charges. And tenure is up to 3 years. Another program we have started, Wise Hope Fellowship. This is postdoctoral level program now. Earlier was for both type of candidate can apply, but now it is postdoc. And here we are touching these thematic areas which are much more relevant for the society. And these are trust areas where, because now we are talking about environment, climate changes, energy, water, waste management, health, food, and agriculture. So they are touching society. So we are encourage our researcher, postdoc researcher, to continue to use their SNP expertise to resolve these kind of society-based challenges. And this is also open throughout the year. All the programs are open throughout the year for the ease of the researcher. They can apply at any time. But this is the newly introduced program, Vibhushi, which was on demand. Like they need some recognition at senior level. They should not go till 60 years in the same manner. So this program is started, and first time we introduced any program for a retired or retiring female scientist. So there are two categories: category A for retired women scientists and category B for senior women scientists who are not in employment. So the age range is 57 to 62 for first category, and then 45 to 62 for the second category, and 6 areas we are supporting. And under this program, one can avail fellowship till 5 years. And here we have removed the condition of to have mentor in a project, in earlier programs, there is a requirement of mentor, but here we are asking just OPI because they are mature enough, they are potential researchers. So we are not asking for mentorship, the only OPI is required. Now we are also searching the alternative career path besides the academics and research. What can we do? Now the scenario has completely changed after the startup and all that. So some different kind of jobs are now required. To make a good ecosystem with researcher industry and to bridge the gap. So we have this program, Wise Internship in IDEA. This is a 1-year training program for girls. And 25, we have reduced age in this program, 25 to 45 years of age. And after 1 year, they can, in between, they can apply for patented exam and they can clear. And 60% of girls are now in job with this program. So now the leadership, this is the most challenging, and we are also searching answers why the women are not on in leadership position. So their institutional mindset, structural obstacles, and family choices and social idols that individual mindset are responsible, but still we need to search the answer because women are working more than 100% to prove themselves, and at every stage, what I'm feeling, at every stage we have to prove, yes, we are doing good job. But still sometimes we feel the leaders don't have trust on us. They are not giving the challenging assignments to women because of their responsibility, whatever the biases are there. So we need to build a system where equity, besides the equity, we have to remove systemic barriers and then to create a enabling environment for everyone, not only for women but men also. So we have this program, Gender Advancement for Transforming Institution Learning. This we have run in pilot mode from 2020, and the pilot is completed now. And this is inspired by UK's Ethnoswan model, but we have developed our indigenous learning model, for create transforming institute for sensitizing institutes for gender enabling system. And we have run this program in 30 Indian institutions in pilot mode, and 6 UK institutions we have requested for the mentoring purpose, and British Counseling was in between for this program. So who get benefit for this program? We are going to start main phase very soon. So female students this program actually is a check at every level. So female student researchers will be the beneficiary. Women scientists, faculties in earlier career, they will be the beneficiary. And leadership role will also be analyzed. And institution as such, they will be benefited because they have a diverse workforce and achieving SDG 5. So these are the 30 institutions and their UK 6 UK mentor institutions. So this is a beautiful program actually, where the institution involved where in their self-analysis, self-assessment kind of thing. So in between there was a mentoring and participation, discussions, and after a certain time, they have to submit the assessment report. Earlier they have submitted their proposal, but after the completion they have to submit their assessment report, and this was analyzed by their assessment panel. And then after meeting, the accreditation was given. So 12 institutions out of 30 were recognized as the achievers, and they fall in different categories. So besides PST, SERB also having power scheme, and now it is ANRF. So power scheme is under to promote women and in science and engineering research. And it has two component, power research grant and power fellowship. So they around 50 or 50 women they have supported from 2020. So Vice Kiran, the programs under Vice Kiran has impact on the women scientific fraternity of this country. And we are nurturing young minds to Vigyan Jyoti. We are providing opportunities in STEM for our fellowship programs, sustaining career and after grade. And we are also going in leadership role, to achieve this target also. And SBT 4 and SBT 5, we are quality education and gender equality, we are achieving, we would like to achieve, we are working on it. So we like to achieve these two SDG goals. And this vice continues. I have not really made any slide for this, but being a leader of this particular division, some new programs are in pipeline, and where we would like to expand the Jyoti programs. We have to start main phase of the D program. And there is some overseas opportunities also coming next. I think by this will come in this year only. So these are our plans. And furthermore, we would also like, I also request here now, since in the Jyoti program there's a different level at UGTG and then a research level. So for research level, we are planning to have girls in futuristic technologies. So quantum is one of that. So there are opportunities we can collaborate and we can have some seeds here, so that women can be equipped in upcoming technology so that their participation can be enhanced in the workforce. So that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vandana, for very illustrative talk about the various programs of DST. So now it is open for.
I think it's a very comprehensive, view of this. Whatever initiative DST has taken, and it's really commendable. In fact, yesterday in the panel discussion, we discussed that the government is actually discussing lots. But one thing I wonder, is there a systematic way of keeping the statistics? For example, before the launch of the scheme, after the launch of the scheme, and at the various phases of the scheme, like even to say even in the fifth phase, at least for the third scheme, has the statistics changed anyway? For example, all these schemes, has it changed their career path? Is there a way, because you have the machinery, you have the manpower, to give some statistics? Statistics, many of the panelists felt it's very important.
Right now, there's no statistics with us. But whatever we are having, we also have a very small team in DSP, in this division. But whatever we are having, our experience is telling that yes, the human scientist team has impact. The women are with working program, they are in IPR jobs. As per our patent office, 10% of workforce coming from this program only. And similarly, in BOSE and BOSB, they are in very every distribution can with their very academic positions and as well as they are working as a scientist. So, but you are very right, there is no statistics. And for the Gyan Jyoti, because it is interface, so now we are having a third party review. So this year it will be happening by next year, the report will come. So, and for Gati also, we have some such kind of survey. So we are doing, but yes, this is a gap where government as such PSC has to work.
Yeah, so we will definitely include this in our recommendation.
Sure.
Because secretary actually kindly said that we should send our recommendation so that it can be. So, and we will be to respond to your thing that we will be very happy to collaborate, whatever way it goes.
Thank you for this very nice overview on the different possibilities that we have researchers. Couple of questions. One is to show this distribution of your Vigyan Jyoti funding or scheme. And I see from the spread of the country, it's only in the south that are little bit more, the density is higher compared to the.
That was QD, that was QD.
QD, okay. Okay, that's good. But still, what is the reason? And how do you target the institute? Because we have a very small number and we have so many institutes. How do you target? Are the people aware of this? Which community are you targeting?
These are the only women institutions, so we advertise and then the proposal came. But since only 2 years passed and this is the third year where we have to scrutinize the proposals. So as per our data, we made this, but we are hoping we need to sensitize people definitely because they are not aware. And what is we have seen, there are post-graduation college. Why we have started this post-graduation? Because in India, only 18 women universities are available. So if we have to go to masses, then we have to come down to the degree level. But here also, there are PG colleges, but they are not having science. So that is the issue, main issue.
Other question I have is in this practical. When you are, at least on the list, I see they're all leading institutes who benefit from that. So then,
Actually,
and there are no women directors also, so very few of them, right? So
Yeah.
this should also be the target. And I'm coming from outside now. I would love to see my country develop in the same way. So my recommendation is that you should definitely recommend, it's a message for me, that we should also have a balance in the women directors. The third question, a third point I have is, why didn't you include a small stay or research stay of these women researchers to go abroad within the funding scheme, because the exposure they get there, that will help later, to basically drain back, and as Tanushree said earlier, I mean, being a Humboldt fellow, they will actually keep track of what we're doing. I didn't inform Humboldt at all what happened after my stay. And I saw this as a coincidence, and they're updated, even before me telling you, okay? So why don't we have this legacy? This helps. Also, it's an encouragement for the juniors, who follow it. This is a recommendation that 3 months stay, a short stay, so they can select the lab. And we actually, I can, for example, myself, I will be a host, to train these people. I mentioned in my talk, the theory part is very strong, brilliant. I think our people are much brilliant than people abroad. But the experimental exposure we get is a bit limited. Of course, we have huge masses compared to other countries. I would say that recommend strongly in the scheme you had, or different scheme, short stay.
Actually, we have this program. It is like in conference. Final stage. This is WINGS. Women International. This is under the WISE umbrella. WINGS program for PhD students, for postdoc, as well as for young faculty. So yes, we have 3 components, and I hope, this while is set from few months in IIT. So I hope this year it will be launched. So there is a opportunity.
So I know this advisor program, and I think with the DSP, I assume we just have I have one candidate who has been selected. I find it great. So this is something to be.
And here we add one program or Indo-US overseas fellowship, but it was restricted to US only. So now we are expanding and through this program, and it will be open to all the countries where we have India as a
Strengthen the Erasmus Mundus, this concept. Yeah. Strengthen that further.
Thanks, Dr. Singh, for beautifully pointing out all the initiative taken by the DST. But what first slide, what we have shown the statistics that in master's level, BSc level, even PhD level, and postdoc statistics we have been shown, the women participant is nearly 50%, in some cases more than 50%. But the main problem is that permanent job level. And all the initiative what you have shown, that is mostly to encourage at PhD and postdoc level. Any particular initiative taken by DST to ensure the major problem of job level? how to ensure that, increase the number you want, what was the job level?
Because since your office, academics is governed by Ministry of Education and BSc has no role in it.
No, in the proposal is given from BSc particularly, let's say, let's say, make it specific like that. Any particular.
The only like who has academic power, we are just promoting the faculties as well, but as such there is.
To answer the women scientist scheme, it is not a permanent job, but it gives you the necessary support. They cannot interfere in the
Yes,
institute.
yes. But what flexibility we have kept, like women scientists scheme or in vice media also, they can avail multiple times. It's not one time affair. So somehow we are sustaining their scientific career.
Up to 62 or something like that.
Yeah, please.
So, yeah, thank you for this comprehensiveness of programs, and I really love all the beautiful acronyms you have for all the programs. But what I was wondering is, having these programs to help the women doesn't necessarily change the system. So what I mean is, it's not like we're really discriminating against ourselves. We have to think about how do we change culture, which would have to include everybody, not just women. So for example, if there's, let's say, a car accident and there's a victim, of course you have to help the victim, but you also have to think about how do you fix the car, give better driver training and things like that. So are you thinking of programs that would actually bring men into this and talk about allyship?
We are expecting this aspect to many program. Once it is in main phase, we are expecting the institutional culture will change and somehow because they are the hub. They need to sensitize themselves. They have to bring that culture in their system. Then only inclusiveness. That is why it is gender. It is not women. So inclusiveness should be there. So we wanted to work on this program to address this kind of issues.
Okay, so I had one question. You have been aligned with WS scheme for a very long time, which now is Kiran Vice. Nearly how many women benefited from that program? You have some
More than 5,000.
5,000 throughout those 20 years. Okay. So any other question?
So regarding this SAR power research grant, so this has now this criteria that one needs to have a female mandatory for PI, and sometimes it's really difficult to find.
I understand, but since I'm not from SCRB, and just I just show because since it's a platform where we have to show our initiative, so that's why. But when I have seen this now, I was also like sent in on the same way. Why it should be like we are working together at this, so we should not push that kind
We
of
should
thing.
include that in our recommendation.
But actually, I think the BSc surgery is little different in Mushi, we have not put such condition. There is a provision of co-marriage, sorry, KPI, but this condition is not there. So we can put in this, the recommendation.
Yeah, I'm part of that committee and we have also flagged this. Yeah, shows that earlier it was anybody, now this one. We have time.
I have a question regarding the implementation aspect of these programs, because that's a very important to how you judge the implementation programs. For example, I have experience in BFG and European things. We always say nodal officer. For example, in rural industry or in every university in Germany, there is a nodal officer selected by the BFG. All the applications of fundings will be informed to this person. So he will be the point of target for all the applicants. So do you have any such mechanism in the DSP
Since apart from this Vijnanati program, we are all the programs we are doing in-house. We are implementing these programs in-house. So we have this dedicated division by student division for women-centric programs. And here we have a team like 4 or 5 scientists, including myself. And they have some few one or two programs which everyone has, and they are the nodal officer of this program. And we have a particular committee of the subject, specific committee. We have expert committee, and they criteria, we are screening out, screening, doing screening, and then it goes to the proposal goes to committee. So they finally they recommend.
No, my question is, is there a particular person, for example, yes, and both institute, who is the person or a professor who is responsible for taking care of the DST or something like this? The point, because he will be getting all information who got the projects from the DST. For
We
example,
don't have such system, whatever we have inside DSP.
okay,
Our scientists are the nodal officer, they know everything about that particular program, but we don't have collaboration, like only in Vigyan Jyoti, we have the partner, implementing partner. That is now the Vidyalaya Committee, and we are expanding this for the Vidyalaya Sangathan as well, this from this year. So they are implementing because DSP has such no role in the school system. So that's why we are chosen, otherwise we are doing ourselves.
At the institute level, I think Galufi can tell better, but I think usually it is the registrar and the account officers who will have.
But that is for particular project because it is open call. It is.
yeah, I understand that, because that's also the same thing in the German university, the chancellors and the administrative people, but they don't understand science. There's the biggest problem in implementations, because in Germany, every university is one DFG officer. So he's a faculty, he's a professor, so he is appointed by the DFG to take care of all the, he's the point of target for all the scientists. So suppose Anjana gets a project, she will have to write a letter to that officer that he got the project from DFG.
I think get an answer. I mean, this kind of system is, a little bit more systematic in IITs, ISR and research institutions. And but it is not available in university system, which is the largest caterer of researchers.
I think this is a very good idea because we
This
just,
is recommendation,
we
recommendations.
mentioned about the statistics. Because in this way, each organization will have a statistics.
Yes.
So you can just write to each organization and get the statistics, because we talked about statistics. It's not easy to mention it. But if we have such a systematic way of having it. So for example, in SN Center, we have a nodal officer for the Vigyan Leadership program, because someone has to coordinate. But we do not have a nodal person for all DSP kind of projects. It's only the PI list. So then getting the statistics is very good. As she said, then you have to go to register.
They are not interested at all. They are not interested at all because
That
this
one
regulation
of
is
so
wrong.
many things that it's.
And they don't understand the science what they're doing basically. So normally,
Yeah, so I think this is a
one
very
bracket
good
will be
model
discussed.
and we can adopt it.
Thank you.
Okay, if there are no other questions, we thank Dr. Vandana for a very, very nice presentation. All the way of PhD.
So now I would like to request the session chair to please hand over the memento to the speaker.
Now we move to the next talk by Dr. Now it is by Dr. CMA from HRI. And then we have the industrious area. See her PhD.
Maybe you can use the.
Our next speaker is Professor Abhishek from HRI. And she has a very interesting and illustrious career. She was at University, she did her PhD from University of Wales, Poland, and then she was a postdoc, Humboldt Research Fellow, Denver. And she received her Shanti Sarup Bhatnagar Award in 2018, and she is the first female and only female in physics to get this award. And in 2022, she was elected to be a member of INSA and INS. And 2023, she received the GP Bilda Award for scientific. So I invite Professor to give this. And My talk is on journey in quantum technologies and academic perspective. You have about 40 minutes, 5 minutes for.
Hello. So, actually, I will be talking about journey in quantum technology, but here, I mean, my journey in quantum technology, not really the history of quantum technology. And also the problems that I faced during my evolution and the solution that I found and very interesting for or useful for the young students. So the way I want to proceed is, as I said, this is my journey. And maybe I will talk about my school, university, and then as a faculty, how things move, and the problems that I faced and how I find the way out. So from that, maybe I can have some suggestions in academia based on my experience. But most of the things that I will tell actually yesterday in the panel discussion in other talks already discussed. So maybe I can run a bit fast that part. And then finally, I will talk very briefly about only the research directions in which I am working currently. And so let's start. So actually, I did my schooling so I am from Kolkata. Oh, sorry. I should thank the organizers that I forgot, which is kind of, and probably I want to really congratulate the organizers to arrange such conference, Women in Quantum Science and Technology. As far as I mean, remember that this is probably the first conference which is Women in Quantum Science and Technology in India. We had a very small session once in 2015 at QIP at HRI, where Shohini was present, and also there are many other who are now probably faculty. Maybe Manik was also present, but this was just for a small session, but never it was just for women who are working on quantum science. So the idea was great when I heard and got the invitation. And thank you for choosing me, for giving me this opportunity to speak. So, okay, so I started my schooling, which is actually, this is the name. So, it's under Ramakrishna Mission, as you know, in Kolkata and in several parts of India, and especially in West Bengal, they have many schools. And this is for girls, as it is named, Balika. So, it was established by two disciples in 1956. This is, I found very old photos where some of them have taught me. And so they actually are probably my first role models. So they really, I got interested in mathematics, science in general, because I found, I mean, really good teachers in that school who were very good in, especially the mathematics teacher I remember, and also the life science teacher. So I was very good in life science. And at the same time, I was interested in history. So in class 10, after my 10th exam, I was a bit confused that whether I really pursue science or I will go towards this history or something, because it was really, I was good and I scored more or less good marks also in history as well. But there are another reason that why I chose mathematics in my higher studies. That's partially because of my parents. My mother was a mathematics teacher, and so I got training from almost class 1 to till class 10 from her. Unfortunately, she has passed away 1 month back. So, and also my father. So another important issue that I got interested in history, this is also due to my parents, because we typically discuss during lunch and dinner about freedom fighter and the freedom movement so much. One of my grandfather was involved in freedom fighting, and So this is also another reason that I probably was really interested in history. Then I moved to class 11 and 12. I did with Sakhwat Memorial Government Girls High School. I'm just telling the name because since I was also interested in history when I got an opportunity to study there, this also plays an important role in my life because this name Sakhawat is this school was established by Rokia Sakhawat Hussain. So she was commonly known as Begum Rokeya, and she actually never attended any school, but she established school in 1911. So can you imagine for Muslims to girls, and it was said that she used to go to the families to convince that their kids, girl kids should come. So this kind of atmosphere was a very important role to play when you are in such kind of school. And she believes that the central precondition of women's liberation is education. So again, we should remember it's 1911 when she has not attended school and she is thinking like that. And there I studied science. I chose already as a path, and then the Bethune College. So I think here, notable alumni include also Professor Bhavantini Ghosh. So that is the first women college in Asia, and this also plays an important role. This college plays an important role in the women empowerment in India. So the notable alumni include Pritilata Wagdar, the famous freedom fighter, Chameli Boshu, who was the first women science graduate. And yesterday we heard also Dr. Oshima Chatterjee, first Indian woman who to be conferred a doctorate of science. So this was also plays an important role. So although I studied throughout till college, there was no restrictions from my home, but I ended up with this schooling and colleges. I studied mathematics honors there. So they also play an important role by, as a human being and how really, what is the women empowerment and so on. So then I moved to Radhavada Science College and Department of Applied Mathematics. I'm not a physics student. As yesterday it was said that it was previously known as mixed mathematics, and actually the notable alumni include Shotrendranath Ghosh, Meghnath Shah, and Nikhil Ranjan Singh. So yesterday during lunch break, I was discussing that when I entered the Applied Maths department, the corridor, rather than the Science College, I remember the right hand side there was a notice board where it was showing Shotrendranath Ghosh and Meghnath Shah's mark sheet. So you feel really happy, when you enter the department. And yesterday I searched and found Shotrendranath Ghosh mark sheet, but I could not find Meghnath Shah's. So if anybody have it, please send me. I'm interested. But I could not find it. You can see the numbers. But anyway, that's amazing. I mean, it's impossible to believe that I remember you were telling us. Although I studied up to BSc, all the girls, women colleges, in MSc, first time it was great, and I found that among 40 students in our time, applied math had only 40 sets, and that among 40 there were 6 female students. And we had some special paper, which was, in my case, it was quantum mechanics, and among 5 we were there, and there were 2 females. So not the percentage was that bad, although 6 only among 40, which still remain not exactly that true, but it's almost 15, and now it has more seats. So what I find that after, this is all the kind of my analysis or what I understood talking with students. there are really family, society pressure to get jobs quickly after masters. So people usually prefer to do some competitive exam and then they want to just get the jobs because they know if they want to stay in education, then they have to do 5 years of PhD. And really, if someone really want to do good things, then they have to go for 3 to 5 years of postdoc position, and then there is a possibility to get job. Okay, so this is probably the reason that lots of dropouts even today in higher studies. And as I said, that this is probably the timeline. The first is after PhD, the second dropout, and third maybe even after postdoc. And so probably that's also the Manik's I think previous question that probably the DST was, I'm trying to answer for you that DST is trying maybe that if we can keep more students for as a PhD or postdoc, then there is a possibility that at least some people will apply for a faculty position. Frankly speaking, recently for last 3-4 years, I'm closely following, at least at HRI, I could not find a single application. Then there is a question that I will ask for selection, ask for colloquium and so on. So if there is no application, so there is no possibility to choose. So I think in that sense, I really appreciate that government's effort. Because if we at least can encourage that, okay, up to postdoc, your scholarships are kind of fixed by some means, and there is a possibility that some projects or some scheme are there for women, maybe they will, there are possibility to get successful, to get fellowship, then maybe there will be more applications. So then I moved for, actually this is my journey on quantum technology start. So I moved to University of Gdańsk, Poland, and I started working on quantum information, foundations on quantum mechanics and quantum optics. And actually I was working with two famous groups led by Professor Howardeskis and Marek Yukowski, and I was a single female student there. So then we moved to actually Hanover for my postdoctoral positions when I got Humboldt. And then I made there were 21 group members led by Professor Maciek Lewenstein. And we have 5 female researchers. And that was quite good number. And especially, I think many of you who are working on quantum information science are aware of these 2 women. So they are very renowned scientists already that time. And she was probably around 2004-5, she got the permanent position. And she was second female full professor in Germany. So what today morning Archana was mentioning. So, this was the situation. I think nothing much changed. This also probably tell, as yesterday in the panel discussion, it's really a global problem. Probably this is one good news that there is nothing in this respect. There are many, when I reached Germany, I realized that it's such a developed country, but they still have the same problems. The daycares are not there. After 1 p.m. when all the offices are closed, nothing is available and so on. So these 2 people, and along with this, Carla and Veronica, who were also postdoc with me, they are all now faculty. So we 5 actually discussed quite a lot, which really helped me to understand that, because postdoc time is very important when you really grow as an independent researcher. And when we discussed, we really realized that how really one can face the challenges and what are the questions that were she was applying to several universities and she was facing several, questions and comments because of a women researcher, her capability was questioned. So who actually know Dagmar, Bruce, we have a lot of respect. She has a very high citation, and even then she was questioned about capability. So she used to discuss that how she was answering. And I was just listening and thinking that, okay, yeah, yes, this is the way I will also answer when I will apply. So it really helped me. I mean, with their discussion, actually helped me to grow as a, independent researcher. So after that, so I got a very good support from my supervisor and the group leader. That's a good scenario. And also from my family, because my husband is also in the same career. Many of in the audience know him very well. But what I realized that there are additional pressure. So one pressure always as a researcher is that you have to perform well, you have to do good research, and that's probably what we understand as a curiosity towards science. But at the same time, as a women researcher, I also face that I have to prove that kind of better than everyone or best than others, something like that. So I remember that one small comment that I can make. I remember that I went to a conference where I was only one female speaker. I mean, that time not speaker, I should say presenter, because I was just a postdoc that time. And probably people were sitting thinking that I will give a very bad talk. Okay. So I remember after the talk was finished, people come in and telling me, oh, it was such a great talk. Okay. You feel that it's good because I get encouragement. But it seems that when I started, they were just looking reluctantly. I was not thinking that I can give a good talk, whether I have some understanding or not. So this I have faced several times. So it's for young students that don't feel bad. You can continue and can have some good thing. So then I joined. Actually, I came back to India, and end of 2008, 2009. So I joined GNU as an assistant professor. And then as a faculty, I got several role models. Here in this audience also, I have several role models whom I have learned a lot. But I just will mention only few names whom actually I interacted more than 10 years or so. So the first one sitting in front of the row, so she was the dean of that time in the School of Physical Sciences at JNU. And okay, I mean, it was like an umbrella, okay? I am sitting and all, umbrella protects from rain. So she was protecting me from all the things, okay? And I learned everything. I was just thinking and looking, and I am thinking that, I did PhD abroad, postdoc also there. So I did not know how really even to behave as a faculty in the Indian ecosystem. And then I really learned from her. And I was also looking and thinking how she was handling the critical situations without hurting anyone or even not speaking very loudly and very patiently, which I still don't have. So then I moved to HRI, and again I met Sumati. So Sumati, although Rupati, I have a very small overlap, although I have a very intense discussions and interactions. And still today, if I am in a critical situations, I usually call her that what is the way out. So she gives me advice and I follow. Sumati, I have a long overlap. We have, I was there are several situations I get very depressed. So you apply for a grant, you understand that you are not getting the grant because of some biasness, and then you get very sad, come back, and then I talk with Sumati. And she also, she also tells several stories, and I feel that, okay, it's okay. Now, this is the common, what is the whole ecosystem, how to improve. We have several discussions on that. We together serve as in a ICC committee also, and have learned several things from her. Actually, now I am the chairperson of that after they left. But I learned many things that how to handle, because that's a critical committee, I feel, and it's an important one. As yesterday, someone mentioned that many people don't know that there is a ICC committee where you can go and discuss. So we, for example, at HRI, whenever the new students and postdoc join, that is in August, we have a meeting with the ICC members, especially the HRI people. And another person I must mention, Professor Indrani Bose. So Indrani, I learned many things from my PhD time, so it's almost 23 years. I have interacted in all. She always gave advice, and who knows Indrani well, they can understand that how she is always happy to help, whether it's a science or any person. This is actually the group of HRI, and that time in 2014 it was taken. So you can see my daughter. That time she used to come in all the group photos because she was small. And there were 3 PhD students who were female. And the good situation is this is a very recent photos. That's now we have 7 female PhD students. The group is a bit bigger. So this is the photo actually was taken when Charles Bennett first attended the conference in January, which we missed, that nice conference. And then he went to HRI to visit us with his wife. So if I just recently counted, this is the ratio of male versus female for so it actually, yesterday, I think Bhupaji mentioned 14%. This is exactly same at HRI currently. But in physics 1 and maths actually has 3. So that's why we have good percentage. So one thing which as a junior faculty, which I felt, I have some So this, I don't know whether all the faculty members will agree or not, especially the senior ones. This was my feeling, although I don't have much evidence because I have quite a few number of now PhD students who all are male. Recently, I have a female PhD student. Because this is not because I am not, I do not want to take, but typically at HRI, very female PhD students join. So, so what I find that students, both male and female, so please, I mean, junior students, don't take it personally. This is my feeling, okay? I may be wrong. So I saw that they really prefer to go to the male faculty. I mean, they choose male supervisor. So the reason that I feel is that most of the known physicists that Shohini yesterday showed that if you just search, all are male scientists. So they know that the most of the known physicists are male. So there is a higher chance to be successful. And so I do not feel that it's bad. I mean, that's obvious that if I am a student, actually my supervisor was also male. There was no option also. They feel that they will, I mean, they're more confident that there is a more possibility to be successful. And also another thing, they feel that, you have a kid, then probably you have to give more time. So are you really serious? I mean, whether she will be serious or she will give time to discuss or something. So this actually, I mean, only way out, I really don't know what is the way out, but one way out that I find is you actually have to, again, I mean, to prove, you have to work. Even with my kid, I remember that I worked till very late night, and my daughter, so whoever knows me, so I usually work in the pantry at HRI, and my office is used by my daughter. She studies there so that I can go and check and so on, at least when she was child. And so this is the only, you prepare yourself well during teaching so that you perform well, you get good feedback. Then students feel, okay, no, she knows, maybe I can go and in this way. And also, I think yesterday already it was discussed several times that probably we require more in there during BSc, MSc. So Recently there was I think there was a portal which was launched called Swati. It's for Science for Women, Technology and Innovation. So maybe with this portal, more women will be in the front line. And thankfully, there are now many books available. So actually, this is the collection of books that my daughter has. And so yesterday also again I asked her to give me. So she likes reading a lot. And I mean, I must say that this was, I did purposefully. Because many of you know that she used to come to all my talks and sitting at the back. So what she will do? I remember that to support me, even when she was small, she used to tell that, oh, I like Alison Bob's photo. Or in the Schrodinger's cat, that cat photo, which one you have chosen. Okay. So then I used to give her books and because we do have to attend the conference, so what she will do? So she typically started reading books. So in this way, now she actually reads more books, which I am worried because she's in class 11. She has to study more seriously. But anyway, these are the books. This one, several times we have talked, this Leelavati's daughter. There is Vidya Vidashi also, yesterday it was mentioned. There are also this Women in Science, this 4 books. This is for big kids. This is the Women in Science also for, worldwide. And there are also this Rocket Girls, which becomes now very famous. So one thing what I really realized that, especially this is for quantum science and technology that I felt, since this is a very rapidly growing field, so even if you take a break, you have to actually follow the path. So if you give 1 year, if you don't look at the archive, for example, you are lost. So what I find, I also took a leave of 4 months, I remember, but I used to at least look. So I find some time to look the archive and look at the papers, thinking, reading, and so on. So I think that's kind of, I mean, this is my experience actually. From my experience, I did this. And then, yes, I got a lot of help from home. Someone yesterday also said my parents were helping me a lot. And the child care center should be mandatory in each institute, universities, industries, and workplaces. So although UGC have kind of put that thing that child care should be mandatory, but it is not very easy to implement. As probably Sumati knows that in creche we were trying to implement at HRI, but we could not. And recently we were successful because arranging money in a small institute in a regular basis, government doesn't want to give. Then how will you really get the money for the AYA, for the teacher and the facilities? That's not easy. And also, probably academic institutions, of course, have flexible hours, but who are usually working in universities or colleges. I think at least for some times, if you give a flexible hours, then they will be happy to come and give lectures and go back and so on. I think it was already discussed nicely. My talk was put after talk. So there are several government programs for women scientists. And the Gati, I have also, I think this is a very nice initiative. There is a gender in physics working group in India, which also tried to get some recommendation. I think this couple recruitment policy can be also very what yesterday Sumati mentioned. Thankfully, we got it in HRI, but I remember, I mean, without naming any institution. So I remember that there was a institutions where Mutual got the offer, and they said they even do not want to look at my application because I am a spouse. I mean, it's not a punishment that I am also doing science. So they even haven't heard my talk. I mean, forget about talk, not shortlisted, because they said they will not, although there was no written policy. And many IITs actually also don't do that. I mean, only few IITs do. And as I mentioned, that probably we have to arrange this kind of conference more. And there are already some also that celebrating contributions of women scientists, like Vidha Chaudhary Memorial Lecture. So yesterday we heard about Purnima Sinha. So we need to know more so that we have more role models. And once the young students can see that even you stay in a society, all the norms you follow, you can still do research if they get this confidence, maybe it could be helpful. Now I very quickly talk about my current research interest. So I work on a few areas. Some of them are, one is quantum communication network. I will briefly discuss this, and with security and without security issue. And also I'm interested in implementations of this network in photonic devices. I also work in quantum computation. I will tell what kind of directions that we are exploring, thermal machines, quantum sensors, and also another thing that I am interested in answering some fundamental questions in quantum information science. So you see that the arrow is in the opposite side. So this actually required to answer to get the fuel for quantum technology. So this is also, in my opinion, an important direction to explore. So this is mainly the resource characterizations tools to detect resource. These are the resources which are required to build these technologies, like computer sensors or quantum communication. And this was recognized, as yesterday already mentioned by Upadi, that in 2022 there is a Nobel Physics Prize where this three researcher, Closure, Jamming, and Alon Speck, they got Nobel Prize for entangled photons experiment. But creating entangled photon is not enough. You have to establish really they are entangled, and they use the tool, the violation of inequalities. So I think this kind of research are also necessary for building quantum technologies. So just quickly tell you about quantum communication network. So communication means at least there should be two parties. So Alice and Bob, they can be situated in two cities or two continents. Now, one of them is sender. Say Alice is the sender, Bob is the receiver. And Alice wants to send some information from one place to another, say Kolkata to another. Now, this information can be classical, means that can be encoded in bits like zeros and ones. So, or in quantum means some quantum state Alice wants to send. Now, what do I mean by classical? You have to encode in bit. Means suppose I want to send that I am now currently in Kolkata. Then I will, of course, transfer these things in zeros and ones. So strings of zeros and ones. And then I will send this to Bob. And now in quantum state also one has to send, and this is an important direction because this is required also in when we build a quantum computer. In both the situations, it was shown that if you use quantum states, more specifically entangled state, then you can get better efficiency than their classical counterparts. Now, this is known as quantum dense coding and teleportation, and it was discovered around 1992-93. Now, as you see, up to now, I was just talking about one sender like Alice sending to Bob. Now, in 2024, we probably want quantum communication, which is like connecting all of us here who are situated. Suppose after this conference, we go back to their home and to their cities, and then we really want to connect ourselves. That means there will be several senders and several receivers, which we now have we can call the internet, which is classical internet. Now we want to build quantum internet. And that is the goal that I will discuss. Now, as you see that previously the goal was to send only the information from one place to another. Anyway, I mean any information. Now, there can be some informations that can be secret. For example, one of them you can think like when you have internet banking, your password. Yes. So then Alice wants to send that information to Bob in such a way, she has to perform the encoding, then there will be a third party which cannot decode it. Okay? And this actually leads to quantum cryptography. So we also work on that, but in a different context. So as I said, that we finally want to build quantum communication network where these all blue dots, this is a classical network for it, because it is not yet been established. So these blue dots, you can think about the cities, these are the nodes, and we want to connect all these nodes by quantum channel. And this is the goal that we want to do. And so there are several senders, several receivers, and we want to connect. And recently we proposed that how to really build a quantum network when we perform some measurement. So how to share quantum resource in pre-decided nodes. And there can be either you perform measurement or you do some kind of quantum gates you operate. So this is a unitary operation. And now the question is, which one is better? So one is measurement based, that is probabilistic in nature due to quantum mechanics. Another is the gate based, which is the unitary based, and that is deterministic. This is the two differences. But when the decoherence or noise act on each node in a realistic scenario, things may change. So which one will be better? This is one of the main theme of directions that we are exploring at HI. Now there is another, as I said, that it's very important, as we heard from last talk, that we really, whatever setup we theoreticians propose, there should be something to implement. And how to create this useful resource for quantum communication network, which are good for communication. So one of them is photonic devices, where you take the continuous variable, this continuous spectrum, and they are one of the potential candidates for quantum communication. And we are kind of working, recently we proposed an experimental setup, how to implement classical information transmission in this in photonic device, and even in presence of decoherence. Now, continuous variable systems are important because we see that there is already the question that I was talking. There is a recent experiment led by J.W. Pan, where they are planning to have a multi-node quantum network over a metropolitan area. Although now they only have 3 nodes, but probably the ultimate goal is to make the quantum internet connecting several nodes. Now, just to mention that this continuous variable system typically used, or the photonic devices are typically used for quantum communication that we all probably have heard. But they can also be useful to store energy, for example, to build quantum battery. And actually, there are some interesting results, and this is today early morning got accepted in PRA. So now the second part, which I quickly mentioned, I have maybe 1-2 minutes. This is actually another direction. So it is important to find physical system to realize quantum technology. So this is kind of related to the last talk that we have heard, last talk in the first session. So it's a kind of quantum memory systems in which we want to implement this quantum computer. So for example, quantum frustrated systems, long range spin models, resonating valence bond states. These are some of, here I only mention our words. So these are some of the places where we can show that entanglement can be preserved and entanglement can be used to build certain kind of quantum technologies. So for example, one of the promising candidates for implementing quantum computation is known as one-way quantum computer or measurement-based quantum computation. So very briefly, this is first you create some suitable initial state, You evolve the system according to some Hamiltonian, and you get some evolved state. And then you perform measurement to implement certain quantum gates. Now, this Hamiltonian is typically the nearest ever Hamiltonian. It was proposed by this Hans Briegel, Rosendorff, and others quite early, 20 years almost back. Now, this are also the state which are useful for quantum calculations can be created by nearest ever interactions are called they are the cluster states or graph states, they call it. Now, if we want to implement the same quantum computation in a neutral atom or in trapped atoms, then we know typically they have a long range quantum spin models. They can be mapped to a long range quantum spin model. Interactions decay with a kind of power law. Now, in that case, you cannot create the graph state. So recently we have shown that you actually produce a weighted graph state, and that also contains some very highly genuine multipartite entangled state. And these weighted graph states are functions of the evolutions of the Hamiltonians, this interaction strength. So this kind of fall off rate. And interesting, this is not really related to quantum technology, but we know this variable rate interacting flexible Ising Hamiltonian has some transition point, which is other than quantum phase transition, but transition from short range model to a long range one. And we show that these graph states that you create contain this genuine multipartite entanglement, which can detect this transitions fall off rate of the interaction strength. And it's important because these transitions cannot be detected by correlation length or something that honest pattern physics which we develop for quantum phase transition. So although in the case of Ising Hamiltonian, you can again detect by correlation length that transition, but interestingly, this actually, completely from a different perspective of quantum computation, you can show that. Now, these quantum many-body systems are also important to store energy, and they are robust against impurities and recoilments. And since it's a we are celebrating 100 years of Bose statistics, so we also have recently designed a quantum battery by using bosons and fermions. So these are the indistinguishable particles. And actually, in this scenario, fermions win because you can store more energy in fermions, not in bosons, in some scenarios. So they can also be used for quantum sensors. So this I am not discussing. So as I said that this is the quantum technology. This is one umbrella you can think. And these three are kind of verticals of BST has launched. But I am also interested in fundamental questions which are kind of required to build these quantum technologies, and I will not go. So this is really the fuel that we really want to characterize. And so this is the kind of resource theory of quantum states. Now people are interested in resource theory of operators, which actually help us to design also quantum circuits and quantum algorithms. So this is the current group who are working with me, PhD and postdoc and some master thesis students. So this is my past group members. Himadri was a joint PhD student with Rupadi, and he's the first one. He is now faculty in IIT Bombay. And they are my next generation kind of PhD students. So Tomogno is a faculty in IIT Kharagpur, Geeta, she is IIT Chennai, and Devashish is in BHU, and others are postdocs. So they are just finished their PhD. So path continues. So thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, very nice talk. Thank you, Professor Aditi, for very nice talk. And now it is open. We can take a few questions. And thanks for the talk. So I just wanted to ask you a basic question, like
usually for the communication, we are using a photonic-based system, right? Like as a travel tickets, we are using photos, right? So, I want to know, like, if we are using some other tickets like electrons or something, like how it affects the system, like how what is the difference?
No, no, there are, because in case of photons, most of the experiments that you have heard is by, for example, the Alpha Parlinger's lab experiment, they use a polarization degrees of freedom. Although here I talked about continuous radical system where you do the continuous spectra of photon. That can also be useful. That is more sometimes more advantageous because in case of polarization degrees of freedom, that is finite dimensional system, there you cannot distinguish Bell measurements, so which are required in teleportation. Yes. And so the experimental results that were reported by in many places who are doing photon experiment, their success rate is always lower because 50% time only you will be successful. So you can use continuous radial system. Now about this other systems, even the massive particle you can use. There are experiments where the trapped ions, they have done the experiment, but there you cannot hear the questions. So there are two kinds of results are going on. One is when you want to connect two cities, two continents, etc. Then photons are better. But when suppose in a quantum computer, you have built quantum nodes and you want to connect them, then suppose they're built by a superconducting circuits or trapped ions, then the connection shouldn't be by trapped ions. That people have done. So as far as I know, this is around 230 meter vacant.
Is it because of the recombinants they are saying?
Yeah, there are, I mean, they cannot be moved or, because photon has a good thing that they don't interact so easily, right? That's a good thing and the bad thing because you cannot create a very highly entangled state between say 20 or 100 photons.
Actually, I have a quick question about your personal history. So you studied in women's college. Of course, that you don't say to students. Ask how do you think it affected the interaction with many colleagues and students?
Yeah, that's you are right because in some sense when you are in a women's college and women thing, then there are many issues you don't discuss, which actually when you go to a, I mean, you know, with your male colleagues when we discuss when some things come up which you don't face even when you are in a women college level school. But I remember that at least in India, it's a kind of culture that you also go to a private tuition. So to prepare yourselves. And there I used to have interactions with boys. So, I mean, up to class 10, I have not because I was, as I said, my mother was teaching, so I was kind of alone. But of course, interacting in neighborhood, that's true. But in case of colleges, we have some interactions with them. But you are right that there are, when I entered to MSc, I realized some things which I never cared during my college time.
Last quick question.
That's the same thing. I actually, just now was thinking that maybe when you're in an all-women college or school, all the good things, all the impressive things are also being done with only, girls and women. So maybe it actually gives you a confidence to do whatever you want and you feel comfortable.
No, that's true, but also you are not aware of some situations which actually suddenly, MSc means you are around 2021 when you are entering for MSc. Then suddenly some problems cropped up, which you don't know how to handle. So this is one thing. At least my daughter was up to class 8 in a girls' school that in Allahabad. Now I shifted to DPS just so that she can at least speak and understand. So I personally believe that Friday actually is healthy.
No, I was just thinking of the positive aspect that I said.
No, that's true, that as I also mentioned, that I already had quite a good number of role models when I was in school or colleges, because you already have, okay, initially I haven't thought that I will become researcher. But from the day one, I had at least in mind, maybe because of my mother and all this, that I want to teach. I do not, so I haven't, for example, I haven't sat for this joint entrance exam, that was, yeah. So I told my parents and they say, okay, it's fine. So.
Okay, thank you. I think we will prepare another opportunity of time. We can discuss during lunchtime. We have one more talk to go. So thank you, Professor.
So now I would like to request the session chair to please hand over the memento to the speaker.
So the next and last talk before the lunchtime is by Professor Kusum Bhutia from IT Palakar. Let's take a seat. So Professor Kusum Bhutia from IT Palakar, and she did her PhD from AFR Mumbai in 2012, and then she was postdoc at Weizmann and then ICTS, and her research areas encompass a strongly correlated electron system, quantum spin liquid, topological phases and disorder. And today she is talking on topological phases in exactly solvable dimension of a matrix models. Keep 5 minutes for
I would also like to, start with actually thank you the organizers for having this program and also, according me also to be part of it. And it has been a very different experience for me. I haven't really as proactively thought about this. I happened to be the woman in science, but I haven't really, but now this has been a very thought-provoking few days, and so thank you for having this program. And I am supposed to talk about it, but since it's a program about science, I thought even if I'm not invited to speak about that, take a few minutes and say a few things that I felt haven't been as much discussed or have been discussed, but in parts. I thought I will maybe whatever I have thought about it over the last 1.5 days. So there was this one aspect that I would like to talk about that you had like Vandana yesterday and others. In terms of numbers, also we see that this dropping out of women at after undergraduate and post graduation. And we have a like so he was saying about girl students not taking up STM subjects. But we have a peculiar thing that our girls do wonderfully well up to PG, UG, everywhere, and then we suddenly have underrepresentation. So what is happening? And I coming from a society which is mainly mostly middle class. I think most of India is that way. Have seen it, happening, and so I want to just point that out. So what is happening actually is a very planned thing. So the fact that girls are doing well up to post graduation is basically because they can do it. They have the opportunity. They're good at it. They can do it. But the plan always has been for them to do well up to that level, and then become teachers or take central government or government jobs in administration or banks and so on. Which is all good. We need nice good teachers and so on. But the thought process has been limited to only aim for that. Now, if our thought process is limited, if we don't aim for bigger things, we won't achieve it. And that's why
this leaky pipeline is not really just because things get difficult, it's because it was the plan. Okay, and if we want to change all these efforts that, they're wonderful that in the earlier talk, Dr. Vandana talked about all the DST schemes and so on, which will help in women, pursuing research careers and so on. But I feel that we need to start working on the other aspect, freeing the thinking process of the girl students, allowing them to, think that they can do whatever they want, whether they want to be scientists, doctors, lawyers, whatever. But that, barrier around their thinking has to be changed. And now, of course, we all recognize this problem. How do we go about doing it? So what I at least feel is normalizing things. Though, I mean, it's good that we are now having these programs for women scientists, but in the long run, what I actually want is not having, men and women at all defined when it comes to professional, any kind of discussions. So what I actually want is that we start working on normalizing it. Like, it doesn't matter if you don't even look at the gender of the person presenting or talking about whatever they're talking about. And it's a thing I feel is good. And the way, one way to proceed would be, in a very proactive way, identify, let's say, every state or even, more locally at district level, identify successful women professionals. We are in science, so we might be able to do it better for science and technology. But if possible, also, other professionals who are very impressive speakers, people, and then just very proactively facilitate them going to schools. And just talk not as women scientists or as women professors, as professionals without ever mentioning about women, because as soon as we start mentioning women, girls, and so on, a lot of stereotypes come in. And the idea is to get rid of those stereotypes. So, very proactively at every school level, we should have both men and women professionals in some equal numbers, going and just discussing their work, so that things normalize. The girls don't see themselves as girls, they see themselves as humans who are capable of doing whatever they want to do and achieve whatever they want to achieve. So I actually believe that along with whatever we are doing, we go at grassroots, do it very proactively, and hopefully make that change in 20 years so that things start changing. And I definitely was, not, as I said, I was not proactively thinking about such things. So I didn't really try to go to schools and talk about it. Maybe I do it more now, as a thanks for, bringing that awareness. So that was the aspect that I wanted to touch upon. I took a little time for that. And I'm eating into lunch. Also, I try to be quick in this. If any details anyone wants, you can always discuss about it. So yeah, let me now switch gears and talk about topological phases in exactly solvable one-dimensional geometric models. And this work is done with several collaborators. Akhil is an MS student, Yes was a past MSc student. Uma, Prithvi, and Amit are my colleagues and friends at IIT Palakkad. So this is the outline. I will be very brief in all the sections. So I would first just say what these things are and why we are studying these things, then define what these models are, how we are solving, what kind of phases we are studying, and then some discussions and outlook to what more we can do with these models. So going to what, can we go back to this slide? So what we are actually doing is, very simple, not simple, but at the smallest or the first level, the users take one-dimensional system, one-dimensional lattice of patterns, sorry, whatever they here, and we try to define
an exactly solvable model on this. That is a quantum many-body interacting model. Okay, and then we just look at all the phases, phase transitions, try to characterize them, find the interesting properties in those and so on. And the kind of object that we use to write this model is something called gamma matrices. I will come to what these matrices are and why they put it here. Okay, so now coming to why of it. Okay, so the reason we have to ask this why more is because as I will come later, this gamma matrices might seem like peculiar objects to people, or they might not seem directly relevant to materials, but I will try to convince that we can still work with them and get quite a bit of useful information out of those. So one thing is that we have been talking about studying many body. Many body basically means any materials with electrons, spins, and different kinds of interactions. Many body materials, we are highly limited by solvability. We can't really exactly solve most of these models. We use approximation schemes and try to understand as much as possible. And so having some toy models which mimic those behaviors itself is very important. There are some, for example, very famous icing models, and many other models. But having a few more is always good. Okay, so that was one of the motivations. And then once we have defined the model, of course, it has always quantum critical points, quantum critical behavior, and so on, which one can explore because now it's solvable. We can do calculations that understand the behaviors. And what is also nice is in the physics systems, often even if the model doesn't capture our material exactly, but in low energies, it can still capture the properties that we observe in our system. This is called universality behavior. And there are more things. For example, you have analytical techniques. Trying to understand many-body systems, you can test it on an exactly solvable model. And here we see that the phases that appear have nice topological excitations in them, so one can explore it. Okay, so since I don't have too much time, there will be a lot of equations. Those are there only for people who would want to look at the equations. But I will try, so if you don't want to look at the equations, I'll try to say most of the things in words. Okay, so as I mentioned, it's a one-dimensional lattice. There are these lattice sites, and we put, for example, let me just allude to Ising model, where we understood model of magnetism, trying to model magnetism in materials. So you have spins at each side, let's say spin halves, and they're interacting with their neighbors with some magnetic interaction. And sometimes you also apply some external fields to the model, and that is used to understand, let's say, magnetic behavior or magnetism and other cases in materials. So this is actually a model very similar to that. Only difference is at each side, this degrees of freedom for these objects that we have used are these gamma matrices. Okay, so gamma matrices we cannot very directly call them as spins or something. So it's not like that a magnetic system model. But what you see here is basically the fact that if I just wrote sigma here, you just say these are Pauli matrices. So these mimic the Pauli matrices in their properties, anti-commutative, and they all square to one and so on. Okay, so they are like that spin halves, but they are not because spins are supposed to have certain more properties that we don't have. Now you can ask why work with these. And the good thing about these is that when you write this model in terms of these matrices, this is exactly so. And why is it? It's actually a very one-to-one correspondence with the Pauli matrices. There is this transformation called Jordan-Wigner transformation and celebrated transformation that helps us in solving the Ising model exactly. So you can actually define exact same kind of transformation for these gamma matrices. That helps us in solving the model. And that's why we work with these. In fact, here is one of the collaborators is a high energy physics Pruthi, and in some discussion there was this Jordan-Wigner transformation analysis, and then he says, I know matrices it behaves just like this. Why don't we, write the transformation program, then somehow from there we started. Although I have to say that later, much later, we found out that this transformation earlier also, some people had written down. But the difference was that people did not really pursue it as much. So what we did was, okay, the transformation goes through. What this transformation is, basically spins have this property that they are anti-commuting on site, but commuting with the other side. So it's slightly difficult system to deal with, but fermions or bosons, they're slightly more used to it. So this actually maps spins of these objects to fermions. And to map, because their computation properties is slightly different, to map it, you have to kind of come up with a complicated looking transformation, but it works very well in the end. And so what happens is once we plug in this map to the model defined in terms of these gamma matrices. Now here is the difference. The people did not really pursue it, meaning you can map the transformation, but the model you write need not be, simple in terms of the fermions. Okay, so that was the point. So we constructed this model, which actually gets diagonalized using this transformation, and this. So it's slightly different from the Ising model in that sense. We have this, three matrix kind of interaction, and this in between matrix was necessary to make it diagonalized. So that was the main thing that we are able to have a Hamiltonian that is diagonalized. So let me just, what do I mean by diagonalization? Well, it becomes a quadratic Hamiltonian in terms of fermions. So quadratic basically, we call it a solvable, you just have to diagonalize a much smaller matrix. Okay, so now I said these objects look funny. Let me just try to relate those to the real system. It's not so difficult. So what actually one can do is all these gamma matrices, you can try to construct them in terms of several spin half degrees of freedom at each side. You can think of it like a sublattice the spin, or the orbital and the spin, and so on. So at each side you're basically defining multiple spin half degrees of freedom, and you can construct these gamma matrices in terms of those. So you can actually try to relate it to real systems, not exactly because the interactions look peculiar, but nevertheless, the degrees of freedom at least one can try to. And just to show, if I just replace these gamma matrices in terms of their spin degrees of freedom, what the terms look like. For example, let's say one of these terms looks like a 4-spin interaction term, but there are others which look like 2-spin interactions. So there are various types of interactions in this Merry-Body Hamiltonian, and there are basically around 18 parameters in this model, and it's solvable for all the 18 parameters, whole subspace. So one can try to pick and choose which ones to turn on and which ones to turn off and try to model different systems. Okay, so now as let me just say that this whole thing works for however large gamma matrices I decide to put on each side. It can be 4x4, 8x8, 6x8, 16x16. Only thing is, it just becomes slightly bigger matrices than that. So actually, there is a huge scope for going to, let's say, in fact, it can even be, ladder systems. You can think of it as rungs of a ladder. Again, the interactions will not be, in our hands. It is defined by this model, but it can still mimic a, D-run ladder and so on. Okay, so now, as I said, it becomes a quadratic Hamiltonian in terms of fermions and nearest neighbor sites. And there is a basically you just go in data translation. Symmetry, you can go to momentum space, diagonalize it, get all the energy eigenvalues and states of the model. Yeah, so it can be solved. If you ignore all these things, this is how the model looks in momentum space, and you can write down the energy eigenvalues. Now, once we have this system, as we vary the parameters, you expect some different phase transitions. There are many parameters. Yeah, so and the phase transitions one can identify by looking at gap closing in the band structure. So so if you just look at this E versus K, the band structure, you will have some bands, but at certain values of parameters they will cross or close, and those you often signify quantum phase transitions. So one can look for phase transitions in this model. This is in some parameter subspaces. So there are, as I change, let's say, one or two of the parameters of the model, I can find various phases, various critical lines, critical points, multi-critical points, and so on. And one can, in fact, find out which universality classes they like. Many of them are in the Ising universality class of the Ising order items, and some of them have some more different universalities also. And when I mentioned topological spaces, so I don't have time to actually explain it in detail, but these band structures one can often associate with a topological number, a number that doesn't change with small perturbations to Hamiltonian. So, and that has consequences in terms of topologically protected excitations in our system and so on. So I just wanted to look at those, we just want to look at those properties and characterize and see where we can find the particular excitations. And this comes under this whole discussion of symmetry protected topological the bands, which actually looks at a phase of a part of the Hamiltonian as we go around the vector space. So what we did was basically compute this finding number for various phases in our model, and these colors basically depict different finding numbers. So different topological numbers associated with different phases. And whenever there is this phase transition, that topological number is also changing. So that also has consequence to the properties that we expect. And the nice thing is whenever you have this phase with a finite winding number or a topological number, if you consider an open chain of the system in that parameter thing, you expect to see the things as called fractionalized or topologically protected states on the ends of the system. These are relevant to all the states in quantum computations and so on, although it's not always not really a material model as of now, but one can find these edge states. So this is like numerically solving for those edge states in this model, and you in the, for example, in a phase with winding number 2, you expect to see 2 modes on each edge, and so on. So we can now characterize the whole phase space with the topological number, the edge excitations, and so on. So yeah, that's where I would stop. So let me summarize. So what we did was we defined this exactly solvable model in terms of gamma matrices, and then looked at the phases and characterized the phases and phase transitions in the models. So part of it is already published, but the rest of it is still online. And but there is a lot more to these models that can be explored. So let me just so right now I've really just done the basic things, characterizing the phases and phase transitions. But all the interesting things that we want to study in these models is still to be done. So for example, there is a use there are these quantum critical lines and multi-critical points. So one of the main, one of the interesting areas of anybody physics is seeing the effects of quantum critical points at finite temperatures, because we cannot really always cool the system to 0 Kelvin and look at the quantum phase. And these fluctuations basically are more prominent when there are lines or multi-critical points, because critical behavior, you are in proximity of critical behavior from various directions. Okay, so one can explore finite temperature correlation functions and so on, and look for signatures of this quantum critical behavior. And so that is one thing, and as I said, you can take larger and larger D. It would mimic, let's say, larger systems which are studied for various purposes in quantum critical systems, and we still have to explore those correspondences, like to define the spin phases. Right now, I only talked about the fermion phases, but what do they say for the external state? This is a spin, this is an ordered phase, and so on. So all those things we still need to explore in these models, but the model has a lot of possibilities, so many parameters, so many types of ground. Right? That's very good. And with that, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kusum. Thank you, Dr. Kusum, for the answer. It is open for
Okay, so in the model, we have explicitly kind of mapped things to Marana. So right now, Marana, I haven't looked at that aspect. Good topic is trying to more different components. Yes. So yeah, I
So, for the specific rising model, you don't need to go to basically. I don't know. Yeah. It's like for spin half, you can spell spin half, I think maybe do the job and make the way now going to down. For higher spin or.
Yes, so out of the possibilities, yes. So as I mentioned, one way to look at it is basically either, so the ground matrices I did not mention it. Ground matrices can also be represented in terms of higher space. For example, the 4-dimensional you can put them as simply half, right? So that's one way of thinking, and the other way that I mentioned was there's multiple degrees of freedom at each side. So it could be background vectors, sub-vectors, or flavors, and each one is a spin half because it's right. So there are various ways of looking at it and various ways of relating it to the multiplicator or the material system, the different degrees of freedom. And so the interactions have to be tuned in particular ways, otherwise it ends up being long range, at least in this vertical subspace.
So, in case of Dirac matrices, the commutator of gamma matrix is actually zero. Yeah.
So these are slightly different. I think there at least one of them squares to -1. All of these square to 1.
I also that. Because in that case, that can take out what the commutator can be equal as a spin. Why not do that? If you to divide the spin, you are going to mention it can actually separate out 20 shape, your block angular form where different kind of spins can be developed.
So this communication service, I was not aware of it. I did not know that the communication service were mistakes.
That is, standard Dirac matrices. You can say commutator is that.
They have the things idea of the mistake. So because even for 4x4, it's not a direct mapping to spin 3 half. These are actually bilinears of spin 3 half. So that kind of yes, so that can be done, but not directly. So in terms of bilinears and so that.
And just one more question, because you have this operator, where one gamma with the chain of gamma that, and it is like a DSP, the clear kind of. You do that operator which are used in constant theory, to convert boson silicon, like that.
So these here, I don't have taken this sort of as PhDs, but these are really this, the gamma, one of the gammas.
Okay, thank you, and let's thank Dr. Kusum. Because 2:30 we have to come back for the process, please discuss it, right? So we thank Dr. Kusum.
So now I would like to request the session chair to please hand over the memento to the speaker.
you very much. So hand over to organizer.
Okay, so this brings us to the end of this pre-lunch session. So we will have a poster session in Bhagirathi at 4:30, at 2:30. And the participants are again requested to please be there at least 20 minutes before the session. And we gather here for the panel discussion at 4:30. So I said 2:30. Yeah, so the poster session will start at 2:30, the first floor of Bhagirathi building. Okay, welcome to this session. So we are going to start our second panel discussion, which is opportunities for women with a focus on quantum science and technologies. And I would now like to request Professor Amitav Lahiri to kindly moderate this session.
Good afternoon and welcome to this afternoon's panel discussion on opportunities for women with a focus on quantum science and technologies. I am Amitav Lahiri. I am a senior professor and dean academic program at the S.N. Bose National Center, and I will be the moderator for this panel. So let me first call the panelists one by one to the stage. The first one is Professor Upamanjari Ghosh. Please come. Then Professor Shikha Verma. Professor Aditi Shende. Professor Prashanto Panigrahi. And Dr. Ekta Kapoor. Please come. Have a seat. Right. So now I would like to ask the panelists to introduce themselves one by one. So Professor Ghosh, where is the mic? There.
By now you all know me, so I don't think an introduction is necessary. Just very pleased to be part of this panel. Well, I think in the introduction probably it was not stretched enough. I spent 24 years at Jawaharlal University as a physics faculty. Thanks, Aditi, for bringing it up this morning as the umbrella that she showed. So anyway, I'm glad to be part of this.
I'm also happy to be part of this panel. I'm associated with the Institute of Physics. And before that, my PhD is from Syracuse University, and then I was a postdoc for a couple of years in Case Western University at Santa Barbara. And after that, I joined IIT.
Hello everyone, so I am Aditi from Istanbul Research Institute in Allahabad. Good morning, I already have talked about my journey, so I'm really happy to be part of this panel. Thank you very much for considering me as a panelist.
I did my PhD from University of Rochester, where Luca was an engineer, and I still remember I repeat everywhere. Thanks to our board and parents there. So I prefer to fight on that. And we know where you can go. You get wonderful news about the experiment being done and again at that time I learned in July before that topic. So then I came to Hyderabad University, and by that time she had already left for the
Yes.
So 10 years in Hyderabad University, then 6 years in Seattle, where I was literally forced to do my computation like this or work.
the package, the division of quantum optics and quantum information. Those days, no one were doing it. We said, nobody is doing it, you better people start doing something. So then, I mean, now when you look back, a lot of things have been actually done by Rupa and Google, all of this kind of activity. Then, after 6 years, I moved to ISO. Fortunately, there I had a great opportunity to get associated with people doing experiments. And Chiranjeev, did really these experiments on a spin chain, where anti-gravity successively shows exactly where the copper is lying. And that calculation we did it for the first time in my life. I did something with my experiment. And I changed it to quantum discord. And that is how you sort of got into it. And I told Professor that very good opportunity because a lot of young students, started doing it. And we had this program, QI2T, we get lots of resources all over the world. And at least 200, 300 students we used to come every year. And many of them are doing PhD abroad now. So it is great to be doing this thing, so I sort of attended detail. Now I retire from Professor, and it's how much money to do. So we have started the Center for Quantum Science and Technology. Thanks.
Thank you and very good afternoon to one and all. My name is Ekta Kapoor and I work in the Department of Science and Technology. Currently, I'm handling the Frontier and Futuristic Technologies Division, where we have two ambitious missions of the country. They are the National Mission on Interdisciplinary Cyber Physical Systems, NMIPPS, and the National Quantum Mission, which was launched last year. It's really, I would first of all like to express my thanks and gratitude for to SN Bose to call me here and share my views, and also I'm delighted to be a part of this panel. Although I would like to congratulate SN Bose for celebrating this 100 years of quantum and also organizing this workshop on women in quantum. It's really encouraging to see, the support that we get in the country in these areas of emerging technologies and also overall in the STEM initiatives that the government has launched. On behalf of the Department of Science and Technology, again, I would like to, give you more details about the National Quantum Mission, which, is in the air now, and I think a lot is happening. So with, with introduction, I would request you to interact as much as possible amongst yourselves, and we have such great experts on quantum, Dr. Rupamanjari Ghosh and Dr. Aditi, and everyone here, I mean, is full of knowledge on quantum and physics. So with this, thank you so much, and we look forward to more fruitful discussions.
Right. So, as Dr. Kapoor pointed out, the government has taken an initiative on the National Quantum Mission. So there's going to be an exciting time in the near future because of the investment made by the government or to be made by the government in the near future, in the next few years. And so this is a very important time for people who are thinking of jobs, people who are graduating, people who are finishing their PhDs, or are in their postdocs. And so what we have planned today is for Dr. Kapoor to present an overview of the NQM presentation, and after which we will discuss, the panelists will discuss the different possibilities that can come out of this, different opportunities for people, including for women, especially for women, that can come out of NQM, after which the floor will be open to discussion from the audience. So, Dr. Kapoor,
If we could have the presentation. I stand.
yes.
Oh.
So maybe we can
just move it.
Yeah.
We'll come back as soon as we
Are people on the room? We could make some if they can see the slides. No one is on it.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So as we move ahead, before that, I would just like to give you a brief background. The National Quantum Mission was launched by the Government of India. It was conceived with the vision of positioning India as a global leader in quantum technologies, poised to revolutionize various sectors. So the applications of quantum technologies are the various sectors which are going to benefit from the application of these technologies, and these include communication. It includes healthcare and drug discovery. It includes space. It includes finance, energy, and so on. The National Quantum Mission of India targets to evolve and progress around 4 technology verticals. These verticals are quantum computing, quantum communication, quantum sensing and metrology, and quantum materials and devices. What is envisaged is that we are going to set up 4 thematic hubs. They are in short called the T hubs, which will be working on these 4 verticals of computing, communication, metrology and sensing, and the materials and devices. The 4 hubs, had to be set up in a collaborative mode. More details will come up in the presentation, but I just want to, to get an overview with a call for proposal that was announced by the Department of Science and Technology on 20th of January this year. The call continued till April, and then we had a huge response from the Indian ecosystem. And this was so encouraging. And let me tell you, we received a total of 384 proposals for the setting up the technical groups in the quantum mission. In addition, DST also undertook an activity for conducting a brainstorming for various startups. And these startups working in the areas of quantum technologies were actually, we wanted to know what is the expertise that we have in our own country. Where are we now vis-a-vis the targets that have been set up for the mission? And finally, we are ready with the guidelines for funding of startups in the area of quantum technologies. And soon this activity will also be initiated under the mission. The road ahead, of course, way forward, we need to see where we are heading towards. So the major tasks that are, envisaged in near future is finalizing the selection of the thematic hubs, launching key research initiatives, building national facilities for the quantum research, creating a skilled workforce on quantum technologies in the country, fostering entrepreneurship and innovation by establishing a complete ecosystem of startups in the country, and strengthening international collaborations in the area of quantum technologies. With this, I move ahead with the presentation. We all know quantum technology, or the NQM, is one of the 9 missions of national importance, which is driven by Prime Minister's Technology Innovation Advisory Council, that is PMSTAC, through the Office of PSA. The Honorable Finance Minister announced National Quantum Mission. It was at that time called the National Mission on Quantum Technologies and Applications in the budget speech of 2020. The Union Cabinet approved NQM on 19th of April 2023, that is last year, at a total cost of 6,003 crores for a period of 8 years. The mission is currently being implemented by the Department of Science and Technology. If we look at the key ministries or departments which are partnering with DST in the NQM, there are departments which are contributing through their own budget for the mission. These include the Department of Atomic Energy, Department of Space, and the DRDO. We also have the departments or ministries which will be knowledge partners in the mission, including MIT and DOT. I already told you, we have the 4 thematic areas where we'll have the 4 hubs on quantum technologies under NQM to be set up, including quantum computing, communication, quantum sensing and metrology, and quantum materials and devices. The mission is highly ambitious. and we have deliverables listed for, over a period of 3 years, over a period of 5 years, and finally over a period of 8 years. For quantum computing, it is envisaged to develop intermediate scale quantum computers with 20 to 50 physical qubits in a period of 3 years, 50 to 100 for a period of 5 years, and 50 to 1000 qubits over a period of 8 years of implementation of the mission. For quantum communication, we have to develop secure quantum communication across 2000 kilometers within India, which includes both satellite and fiber-based communication, long distance and secure quantum communication with other countries, and develop multi-node quantum networks. For quantum sensing and metrology, it is envisaged again to develop magnetometers with high sensitivity, develop gravimeters and atomic clocks with no fractional instability. Then quantum materials and devices, it is to design and synthesize quantum materials and production of devices for enabling quantum technologies. The last vertical will give us the materials and devices which would be used in the quantum computers or the major technologies that come out of the mission. If we look at the mandate of the T-hubs, which will be set up under NQM, it will be a complete technology lifecycle approach, starting from knowledge generation to product development to translation and finally commercialization. So it is not just basic R&D, but it focuses on translational research leading to commercializable technologies. The 4 activities that the hubs will be involved will be technology development, human resource or skill development, entrepreneurship development and industry collaboration, and international collaborations. The key milestones of the mission in India would be taken up in 3 phases. Up to 3 years, the phase would be of prototype development. This will include establishing the 4 thematic hubs, funding and supporting the hubs, and kicking off the mission. Then the prototype development, product development, and product deployment and sectoral applications would come in phase 2, which will be up to a period of 6 years. Finally, the last phase, phase 3, up to the period of 8 years, would be majorly for business development and economic growth, which would include sustained business and increase of job market and scaling up of businesses and contribution to economic growth of the country. As I already mentioned in my brief that I gave, there was a call for proposals which was launched this year on 20th of January. This was for setting up the thematic hubs under NQM. The last date of submission was 21st March. It was extended up to 12th of April. Each technical group. So before I read this, I think I should show you a schematic diagram. So there will be 4 hubs, as you can see. Each of the hub will consist of technical groups. The technical groups in a particular area, say quantum computing, there might be 3 to 4 technical groups or maybe more technical groups also. These technical groups will consist of 1 lead PI and several member PIs. So each hub will not be set up in a single institution. Rather, it will have multiple institutions working in the same area of expertise in the particular hub. So if we have, suppose we have different technologies for quantum computing, we can have the superconducting qubits as one of the technologies. We could have the ion trap as another. We could have semiconducting qubits as one more. So under each area, we could have different technical groups set up, and each technical group could have multiple PIs working in different institutions in the country. In addition to this, not only the PIs, but the industry and startups will also collaborate with these people, these academicians, these researchers to form the hub as a whole. So this is the model, and the T hubs under NQM will be set up as Section 8 companies, that is not-for-profit companies, which will be formed by the lead institutes from where we'll have the lead PIs of the technical groups in each hub. So just to read the points which are written on this slide, I already explained them, but to have more clarity, each technical group in a specific technology vertical will consist of at least 3 to 4 academic institutions, R&D labs, with the provision for inclusion of startups, industry partners working in the domain of the respective technical group. I hope I'm clear on this. Each technical group will be led by a lead PI who serves as the main point of contact for collaboration and coordination among the consortia members. The lead PI will submit a detailed proposal, which we have already received, and these proposals are now being reviewed by the mission office at DST. This proposal will be submitted on behalf of the entire consortium for forming the respective technical group. Lead institutions of the technical groups within a vertical will collectively establish a Section 8 company, which will function as the thematic hub under NQM. That's all for the mission. I will be happy to take up any questions. We have Dr. Rupa Manjri Ghosh, who's also a member of, our expert committee. She has been supporting the NQM since its inception, and we look forward to more support from all of you in, contributing to the mission, contributing to this national cause, and contributing to the economic growth of our country. Thank you so much.
So we have seen the presentation by Dr. Kapoor, and maybe we can start with some discussion on how do you think this is going to affect in particular. Let's start with Professor Ghosh, and maybe you can say what is the current situation about jobs and opportunities for young PhDs and postdocs, and how you think will implement things. First of all, why don't you start with this vertical thing? Yeah. Okay. So maybe you can start with which vertical you think your research will fall in to begin with, and starting with that, you can talk about how you think it's going to help. But maybe as member of the committee, you can
Yeah, the reason, when you are part of this committee, you cannot have any vested interest. So, yeah, otherwise, it's just conflict of interest. So I'm not going to talk about what I can do. I think mentoring at least 2 or 3 such groups would be a pleasure, who have sought help. But overall, I think all members are helping the groups. There's a tremendous excitement, as you heard from Dr. Kapoor. The response from the community has been overwhelming. There are 2 good things that I'm seeing initially, and I'll comment later on the detail aspect. The call asked for monthly institution proposals. You've heard that. So they asked for technical groups, they didn't ask for a PI. So this created kind of excitement and an atmosphere where the good researchers were started talking to each other and finding out complementarity in whatever proposal they were trying to do. And I think this is the first of its kind in this country, that this mission actually has managed to do. Wherever you go, you are hearing about NQF in the physics community, not so much. Okay. Yes. And I think one observation is that, for me, is that it also brought out in a small way the negative side of our science community, where people are working in the same problem, but they don't talk to each other. So you get to see that as well. So the conclusion for me was the very good people with no insecurities, they are going to benefit from such a scheme. People with insecurities will always try to hide, this is my problem and I'm not going to collaborate. And that's not going to go too far. So one way, though, we cannot encroach on personal freedom and force people to collaborate. But in the national interest, I think it will be the first time we are also sitting in the committee getting a view of what the country is capable of, which has been really, really nice, though it was a grueling effort. So first point is that you need to be, and to the women in the audience, the youngsters, if you have insecurities, you can't go too far. Don't think that your next door neighbor is far better. So it's just, that's something that this mission tells you, it brings out your best. Collaboration is the key today, international, national. I mean, I used to complain a lot when I was the Vice Chancellor at Shibana University, that people here think of international collaboration first. They want to collaborate. First time I started building collaborations with very good people in the country for a new institution like Shibana. I mean, it was an eye-opener for me. I mean, why do I want to go abroad when I can actually find very competent youngsters and seniors here? This culture is also getting developed. The most important thing that maybe you have to do a little bit of soul searching in that the question that I keep asking, are you going to look for jobs or are you going to create jobs? So the entrepreneurship has been really emphasized in this mission. It's not just a way of talking, it's fashionable to talk about startups, entrepreneurship, it sounds very good. But I think in real life, there are examples now of people, and I make a distinction, and I'll end with that for now. Everybody is talking about innovation, and innovation is something that I often find is commercialization of science and technology, whatever you're doing, science, engineering, technology, that chain, when it ends up in commercialization, we call it innovation. So that's how English language has sort of got twisted into this. I like to make then a distinction between invention and innovation. Innovation, tweaking of respect of some instrument that you have imported from abroad and made it maybe by software. Often we are very good at that. Substitute generic hardware by very precise software, and you create a product and you sell it. Don't get me wrong, I have nothing against people making money. Though I'm sitting in Kolkata, right? And I'm a product of Kolkata. The point is not that. Some people will make money, some people will do this, but the point is there are big problems staring at us as, the human civilization, sustainability to everything that I mentioned, even in my presentation, very briefly. Those are things that need you to think through, take time, find proper investment, and they may not be quick fixes. I call them real inventions. The world is waiting for such inventions, not necessarily innovations, the way we define innovation. So those inventions, if you read carefully in this mission, there are many things that have been talked about. She mentioned bio applications in that. I look at energy. All these, plus the security and all of that may be a weird, applications of quantum technology, but there's a whole lot we can do for humanity, for our dear Earth, using such use of such principles, which are beyond just tweaking and beyond making money, beyond the commercialization in the trivial sense of the term, but real invention that the world is waiting for. And I would say there is a whole lot of opportunity for both men and women. And because if you come, the advantage of the new generation, you come without this inhibitions. You've seen enough examples in front of your eyes. So you don't have to really be scared of taking on a challenge because it's new. Last half a comment is that there are no shortcuts to excellence. Just because it's the buzzword quantum technology, and as a member of the group, because you asked, this is what we have seen. Some people have written projects that do not make any sense to me. Maybe I don't know enough, but it's just using quantum technology in every paragraph and saying something that I'm unable to understand what is being said, or literally cut and paste from the internet. There are a lot of things that are available, and if you're slightly intelligent, you can put it where you found like real innovative stuff. So there's a lot of this happening, and it's our job as the reviewers to really channelize that energy into proper things. But so don't look for shortcuts. And the serious work, the dividends of the kind, they cannot even imagine. Aditi is an example sitting here, no publicity, no nothing, all the work she does. And somehow the system starts recognizing. Tanushree sitting there, another example. No such noise, no big deal about things, but the good work gets noticed. And I think we had enough people today also speak yesterday. So the point is that hard work with the target of excellence, and I brought that, and I end with this comment that the gender balance that we talk about, for me, it's about that fairness is about excellence. Only if you're fair, you can bring in excellence in your system, because you're not suppressing anybody, you're not discriminating against anybody. Therefore, the excellent people get a chance to come up to the level. So the mission has created this excitement. And as a result, we can probably go back to the drawing board and actually think of all the positive things that we used to dream about. The dream, the quantum dream now, will come true if all of us really buy into it. And I would strongly advise people from looking for shortcuts. And it's not just hard for women, it's hard for men and women both. But women have already analyzed and some additional things to take care of. So I am very hopeful. If you choose the right kind of people, the mission will deliver, and it will go beyond innovation, beyond just the startups of that kind, to real inventions for the country and for the globe.
Thank you. Maybe you can go to Professor Verma and ask her about what you think this NQM will affect the quantum material vertical, because we are much familiar with that.
Yeah, so I will speak from the point of experimentalist. What I work is in quantum 2D layer. Some graphene work is what we have done. And of course, we have an accelerator in Institute of Physics. At present, we are using IUAC, Inter-University Accelerator Center accelerator. So recently we had a discussion. I'm not exactly part of NQM, so I'll just talk from the point of view of quantum materials and devices. Recently we had a discussion on how to make a single line implantation which gets used in the direction of qubits. So that possibility is there. At present, I don't think we have accelerators of that kind. But that is a direction in which some people are thinking of moving, of having a single line implantation in maybe also probably in the AFR also. So with that point, so in that direction, if we move, as Professor Lahiri is talking about career opportunities, so every time these new implantation facilities or synchrotron facilities come up, we have excellent career opportunities in that direction for everyone, not necessarily women. For women, what I feel when this industry component comes up, usually I have myself faced, and I think women in general, for what I've heard from young women also, interaction with industry becomes a little more difficult. Although we have some kind of a thing, for example, with NALCO, but these usually, what is exactly the hindrance for women is maybe, I don't know, but that is usually we have noticed that. So maybe for NQM, it may be with the startup companies and with the industry, it may become a better situation. But that is one thing. If there can be some systemized way with the industries, that will definitely help and startup, of course. If there are women startups, that will good and challenging, and of course it will bring other women to do similar things. Right now, I think we hesitate in going in this kind of direction. And of course, quantum materials itself will bring a lot of activity. Dhavila yesterday talked about this CPD, and today also we had a talk on ALD. So those kind of materials we are exciting areas, and of course those come up in university or startup, they will career opportunity. So stop there.
Thank you. And the same day, maybe you can talk about how you feel NQM is going to affect.
Yeah, so I think, I mean, one thing I personally feel that actually NPM mission, okay, I am in the opposite, I mean, I am sitting in the opposite end of Manjari, Professor.
Other side of the
So,
table, other side of the table.
Yeah, but what I feel that when we were a kid, we learned this unity is strength, right? So I really feel at least after this pre-proposal announcement, at least I have talked with many experimenters as a theoretician. Many people know I have also collaborations with experimentalists like Isaac and others. I have written a paper. But the new people who recently joined, many of them actually talked with me. Okay, so they said whether we can do this. I have seen your work, but my work was also in archive for a long time. So the point is that at least NQM mission, this is probably whether I mean at least the talk has started. Some people will get money, some may not, but the people who I'm talking, all of them are faculty in some institute. So they have some money. So they have some other grant they can apply. Later on, DST will, as probably planned that after these groups are formed, there will be more calls for the project proposal, etc. So what I feel that whether the money will be given to a particular group or not, but at least people started talking. And when you start talking, I mean, you cannot say, okay, I haven't, I mean, it's not, it's probably what we learn. It's a kind of curiosity still we have, and that's why we are all probably teaching or doing science in institute. So this is probably one of the good things. I really think this was really helpful for me, I personally feel. And second thing that I also feel that for students who are at least doing PhD or who wants to do PhD and the postdocs, there will be many job opportunities. And also this NQM and this thing, at least telling that, okay, this quantum technology is an important subject because I don't know whether I should make this comment, but I remember when we are applying for job, because we have a very, I mean, in India, we have very strong groups of high energy physicists, string theory, condensed matter physics. So when I was giving talk, people were thinking, what you were doing? This is just linear algebra, 0, 1, and so on. So at least then there was some, I mean, sometimes probably we give a big simple way to convince people, but you know that you have to go into detail in some analysis sometimes and other issues. But I'm not going to take it, at least for youngers, I think it estimates this is an important area, and probably now people believe that, I mean, all over the world that this is an important direction to do research. So for youngers, it's easier to get maybe the postdoctoral positions because all these projects have some postdocs and GRS is a position. Only one request I really want to do, which I also did in case of Quest, because the previous initiative also somehow made us, I was in part of Quest, the previous national initiative of quantum technologies. So, for example, in many institutes, we have that the PhD students has to come through certain route. Now, when we have Quest or something, we still had a problem that how to really employ someone for GRF and so on. So
For example, there is an example of exceptions like INO, I think in high energy, that they have a different route. So there is a INO where the main selections happen, and then the students after 1 year of coursework and I think TFR, they can choose any institute. So if NQM also can make this will be easier. Instead of each of us try to get JRF, because for example, HRI or other places, when they apply for a PhD positions, we are not allowed to ask whether you will take, you will do quantum technology or condensed matter or high energy. They can do anything. And they usually pay from the DAE money, because we are under Department of Engineering. And so this was a problem in Quest. So because one of the goals is to create many PhDs who may go to startups, who may start startups. So if they can simplify this process, it will be very good. Thanks.
Okay, just to answer Aditi ma'am's concern, the hubs that we are going to set up, they will be set up as Section 8 companies. So that solves the entire problem that initially we had in the Quest program. I would also like to mention that the Quest program was taken up as a precursor program for the National Quantum Mission. And we also had 4, groups there. So similar, but a little different. And the collaboration mode was not there. Not to this extent that we have proposed in this. So the entire, system is now changed. So with the coming up of Section 8 companies, they will have full autonomy to have their own rules, their own measures to, and their own policies to hire people or to take people, as PhD scholars. And it's not just the hub that will be functioning. The hub will have more institutions attached to it as spokes. And in addition to that, there will be spikes also, which will be taken up as individual projects by individual researchers. So we have a hub spoke spike model coming up in this NQM, which will be, set up in all 4 thematic areas. That's it.
So, Professor Panik Rahi, I have a slightly different question for you. So you have been a theorist with varied interests, many different things, and you have also been involved in experiments, and you have also had quite a bit of administrative experience. So what do you think is the job situation in theory before NQM? And how do you think NQM might affect this?
Okay, I mean, before I go there, since I'm a part of this workshop, which is women in quantum technology, so I give you examples from my about two girls who did their MS not there. One is the Sonali Bapata. Now she is the spokesperson and the human resource manager. In England, they have the center for computing. So I was quite amazed to see Sonali was awarded with 5 years. In fact, last year for the with me. So I asked her, how come you are under affair? She got into particular visits, then after visits. Then found that, she's not getting much benefits. And then she found the mathematics what she has done here. It's enough for quantum computing. What quantum computing needs is a special kind of understanding, which fortunately interdisciplinary types of isotopy. And they have no money to it. And you can check out that she did quite well there. And secondly, there was more focused drugs which are over. He have a less project with me, and she had a better paper from the same post. She did half of her project from here. Very recent research on that, we wrote the backup hour in virtual programming. We are part of treatment for satellite. So we are in regular talks. I think should say how come we got these opinions. Of course, hoping to say my last and overall. So, but look, these 2 girls, both of them are from BOSEStat, I show both of them. And the kind of thing they are taken up here is just fabulous. So one thing I realized that quantum science is very young. You don't need any pattern, right? All you need, as you already said,
What you don't really understand is so-called measurement, which none of us understand. So we put all of us in the same way. And youngsters particularly were very good at managing it. For example, I found this doing teleportation birthday was more easier than me. So that was quite an eye-opening experience, and you get talent from mathematics, computer science, from everywhere. And when it comes to jobs, many of the students who did projects, you check with Danaru, you check with IBM, and then you check with Australia, that software company, how it's doing. You do it from India. And they really with jobs also. Somebody will get project on IT, vehicle housing problem without Danaru. They have to all that out. And they do look well to that. So, the 50 was McKinsey report, 2019, 2021, for eye-opening experience. Largest number of quantum enabled tools were trained in technology are from India. Because McKinsey report for the highest number, entire European Union is greater than us. And then you ask people, how come? Are there really Indian students training that way? Actually, check it is true. Because McKinsey takes report from many courses, both courses, IBM then. IBM for IBM has been great story. India has been a great story because they have conducted many workshops here, and the largest number of courses have been taken by India. Starting from high school, this I got educated from this IBM and for very recently. So many private companies through this quantum computers have helped Indian schools, and Indian schools are very curious. Audience must have seen. If we body you for project packing of last year, even school students landing up for going to take. This is to girl from BR, with PhD, they landed up in, Swahili University. But so Indian students, by and large, are very enterprising. They could hang out many places, and they will get the best of it. And get 8 or 10 of them, leave them with the project, who have good idea. Imagine it's going with the computer science person and the field background, they will do everything. You just have to find out that they the right track. And I only know I found out, I just talked about this guitar Saturday, hacker in Bombay. We survived. I asked because how come we are surviving? He's very good at service. So he's taking projects from Canada and also optimization on finance. And he's surviving Bombay. Because quantum can check everywhere like 4 by projects and papers on those projects and he's good at service. So, we open our eyes for talking to each other. And if is here, as the committee said, all of us are applied, we are in the opposite side for Rupa. That's because, because this case created so much excitement. And many of us feel that together we can do better than individuals. So how it proceeds, there are many ways of collaboration. And I think the only thing is that usually I must say that we are good. That is one of the best places. So when it comes to application, we are way behind. That we have to do. I think that of more other things are going to do that. Job opportunity, both global and local.
So would you like to comment anything further on this? Job opportunities?
Of course, I would like to say this is the beginning and sky is the limit. We should not undermine the expertise that is available in our country, and we should nurture our younger generation, especially women, because this workshop is for women. I would like to say that we have to break all class ceilings. We have to tell everybody, yes, we as women do have great potential. We have indulged in almost in every sphere of life, despite the challenges that we face. If I talk about job opportunities, the first thing that comes to my mind is, why not India? I've seen there is a lot of brain drain that's happening, especially in the critical emerging technologies. And of course, the disruptive technologies, as we call them, they are taking away our jobs. So as it is, there is going to be, some dearth in near future, but let's come up, let's create our own technologies, let's be job creators rather than job seekers. Let's set up an ecosystem for startup and entrepreneurship to come up in the country on these emerging leading technologies. That is that's the end goal. And that will make India to prosper, and that will make our path to prosperity very, very smooth. That's it.
Right. So, on these two, the note of these, what these two said, I was going to ask you earlier, wrong, but let me come back to this question. When we were studying, we were in physics and PhD. The goal was to get an academic job, whether it's a postdoc or a faculty position or something like that. And occasionally it would be a company R&D. So do you see that changing with the new generation of students? And do you think that this kind of initiative is going to change it further? That people will go out and do something other than being an academics, or at least being an academician in an institution, say for example, doing technical work or being a technologist in some sense. So how do you starting with?
That's a good question. I'm speaking only for physics oriented people. We are talking about shaping the system. The main issue I see is that the companies that we have here, they don't have their original R&D in India. So that's the major weakness of our ecosystem. Multinational companies have some R&D, but they're sort of located elsewhere. So our own companies, industries, they claim that the education's output is not employable. I can actually turn the blame around, saying they don't do any R&D to absorb our research people. And this is not a blame game, but this is the truth really, that our industries are actually not investing in R&D, because in research, there's chances of failure is quite high, and we actually encourage that, because failures are not, are quite profitable, because you learn from them as much or maybe sometimes more than from success stories. So there is nothing really called failures, but the entire Silicon Valley system were born out of such failures, but we are not ready to take such risks. So Indian society, first of all, has a problem that when we groom our children, we do not want them to take any risks. You always take the known path. And therefore, academic career at that point was, the world was different with I'm a generation older than Aditya and all. So our time, the atmosphere was different. And you love physics, you just pursue physics. And things sort of happened on their own. I mean, I was never very ambitious, but things sort of happened. I don't think today's children can afford that kind of a luxury of just doing what they feel like doing and things happening for them. There's a little bit of a system change that is required. And I think you are absolutely right. They should not be looking at that linear progression that, from academic positions to postdocs to junior faculty position and then maturing to do something. There are many other options in the world, and I think they should be open to exploring. But somehow I feel our outside system is still not ready. And I think like a mission like NQM, bringing together academic R&D institutions, forcing it actually to talk to each other, there is a lot of excitement happening kind of organically also now that the initial trigger has happened. Similarly, it should have a responsibility to bring industry to board on a serious mission, not just, you bring it to TRL 4 after the decade. That's not how technologies are developed, then industry participation that you saw from Archana's slides today, there's so many industry participation supporting is this student fellowship. And that sort of shows the intent. This is missing here completely, and I think we should change that. This is slow change, but it has to be done. So much of the effort has to come from the other side as well, and our youngsters then should be able to take up other options. I do think some experience, sometimes that's not your calling. For example, I'm not good at businesses, but the entire Chicago University project, I took it like a startup. For me, I was driving a startup because, nothing was known. And then it yielded result. You learn on the job But again, my generation, I could afford it. For the youngsters, I think they need to learn this job a little ahead of time. And it doesn't take too much of an effort. It's just that you have to let yourself be comfortable in whichever way you want to do something that will suit you. That's not your calling. You should have the option of coming back with your industry experience back to academia. We don't see that in our ecosystem. There are no policies that people are not kind to such people who have strayed. But for example, for the youngsters again, if you do not know what professors of practice are, this is something, for example, in the Shipyard I introduced. We started hiring professors of practice who are non-PhD, they're industry people. So first culture was to let industry people lecture in our courses and making that interaction happen. Later on, when people got very interested, I found a way to absorb them as professor of practice. And so there is a competition, salaries go up, which is very good, because then there has to be parity even for the academic people. So, and it goes two ways. The same thing I was talking about, industry people, when they operate in your environment, in your academic institution, they also learn how to do things, they influence. They take you back, faculty and students both are free to then go to the concerned lab. This is not happening to the extent, but new private universities have started this thing because we are not very rigid. And I put a lot of load on leadership. We've been talking about this a lot in our lunch break and all. Leadership matters. In India, sorry to say, but most people behave like a gatekeeper. And I think leaders should be gateways, not gatekeepers. Most leaders like to say to some weird proposal, the first reaction is to say, no, can't be done. Show your power by saying, yes, it can be done, if there is any merit. And I think if everybody could take this and the rules, let me share this. I mean, I could not do it in the government system, but I found a way of doing things in JNU when I was under central government. But in the private place, I used to tell my people that show me a good reason to violate a rule. The reason is important because I can't be an autocrat that I just do away with system, start doing whatever. But if you give me a good reason to violate the rule that is obsolete, I'll be happily doing it. So I think this is the way for entrepreneurship, that you don't feel restrained. Excellence is not silenced by these rules. You need a structure. Definitely, I'm not opposing that. For every situation, you can't invent a rule. So you need a structure, but the structure should be minimal. It should not stifle excellence. It should not stifle creativity. And I think that's the way India should move. Learn a few things maybe from these very courageous risk-taking private universities, which wanted to be research universities. And therefore, I created a whole lot of stuff. There's a lot that we're talking about systems and forces. ICC, we're talking about Shindar University, the first university from day one, we had an ICC in place as the chair. And, everything, the gender sensitization to opportunities, everything was clockwork on a schedule. It was happening every time. So I think a lot depends on that. So when these youngsters become leaders, they will be able to take care of it. Maybe new systems will emerge. But the current system is too rigid sometimes. If you want to do these odd things, faculty members, can you actually own a company? Government of India has a policy now that faculty members can own their own businesses. But how many institutions have adopted that? There's a framework that floated. I mean, in Shipyard we did. And that was actually put back to the system saying, this is a model. So in many ways, you don't allow faculty members, if they don't want to, many are just, then you don't force anybody. But choices and ability is what I harp on. If you have the ability and that you choose to do that, nobody should stop you. The rest is choice according to your ability, according to your choice. Choose the career that you wish to. And I think we need to bring in a lot more flexibility from both sides, from the academic side as well, with these archaic rules, and from the industry side by breaking these molds and not always importing technology, but sort of invest in growing technologies. And there will be risks, there will be failures, but the system should be able to absorb those failures and those risks. That's the main point.
Right. So, Shikha, as it's a slightly different question. So, like, you have seen many students in material science and management of physics. How many would you say have seen going outside of academia and into the industry? And do you think that it has changed over time? Is that increasing with time? And do you think that NQM is likely to help it more?
So, yeah, let me just back up a little bit. So when I was doing a PhD or postdoc in US, we were routinely collaborating with industry. One or two projects will always be there. And I remember as a postdoc in Santa Barbara, where very high level of quantum materials, lasers, all these kind of researches are going on. When we are doing even simple microscope, atomic force microscope, they will bring their latest tips to industries, will bring it, and you want to work on them, you collaborate with them, they will give it to you free of cost. So all those kind of collaborations are going on, and they are supporting the science like anything. But the thing is, it is two-ended, whether it is laser science or quantum dot structures or quantum materials. It's endless. Industries are there. Here in India, industries are not there. And even if they are there, like we have collaborated with one or two, it is very hard to actually get them on board to work. And like Rupa said just now, that how many will have startup, allowing faculty member to have a startup. Continue to startup, even if you want to be a consultant to a company, you are not allowed, at least in DAE, we were not allowed to even have a consultancy. Even if somebody is ready to use it as a consultant, then it is very hard. So in the US, even like so many of my colleagues who went after MSc from IIT Kanpur, they also did PhD. And after PhD, they went to industry. But in coming from India scenario, it is very difficult. I know my students have gone out and they are working in industry, but you have to go out of the country. Within the country, I do not know how many industries will be able to, because somehow industries are, there are few of course are there. I don't want to name them. Few are there who are doing some research, but that cutting edge research is not there, and even if it is there, they are not hiring. But of course, students can go out and yeah.
So, what do you think is the scope of industry science interaction with your view?
In quantum information, it's true that there are a lot of startups, even in India. So, in abroad, surely there are startups who are doing very good work. Okay? So, there are many, I mean, actually, all the experimentalists that I know who have done very good experiment, when I was doing my PhD and postdoc abroad, that time they all have now company, and where they build tractor and things and so on. So many, I do not want to name, but many of them are quite well known. And so here, many quantum information, I mean, quantum scientists, including some Indians I know, they are working. But I agree that in India, there are startups. Some people have, for example, guy who was working with us as a postdoc, now moved to some company and doing some quantum research job. Similarly, I also know a student from SN Bose actually. He went to do, instead of, I mean, before joining as postdoc, he went to a company, a startup company, where he did research. And I have seen that some differences, because, you know, when you are, you want to make certain things, then you have many practical things that you learn, which as a theoretical physicist, we don't understand that how to make it really, you know, the product sellable. So something you as doctors and they know there are technical people. So he learned a lot. I have recently I have some communications with him.
Actually, he's Orchonda's student. And he has some work also with me, so he has some. And then he went to postdocs, but suppose in postdocs then went to the starter. The point is in abroad, I have seen that they can come back to academia again. Okay, so it depends. That if I go to industry, I don't like so much, I can come back to academia. But in India, I think this possibility is not there because, for example, most of the institutes have a very strict rule that 35 years you have to get the job. And, if 36, maybe research institutes, it can make a big flexibility, but in IITs nowadays, you cannot even apply, upload your CV, and then you are out of the thing. So people are hesitant to take risks, that I can go to industry, work for 2 years, come back. And if you have, I think, more your experience on industry, then only faculties can also think to start some startups or can leave the job. But suppose someone asks me that, can you leave the job and go and build something? I will be very hesitant because how will I get food?
Yeah.
So I think that's, if this becomes a kind of rule that, because this industry experience is very important. So you cannot just eliminate his or her, that 2 years, 3 years involvement in industry. And then you just, you can, if you count that, because if I join as an assistant professor, I can change as an associate professor to other institutes. So similarly, if I am in the industry doing some good work, I should be also allowed to, we should be counted. If it started happening, I think things may change. But otherwise, people are doing, but they are just leaving job or they are not getting academic position, so they are going to industry as an option. Something. At least in India. Yeah, but there are many Indians even went to a company.
Right, so we are slightly behind time, so maybe I should open the floor to questions from the audience. Vandana?
Yeah, so I want to go back to the.
I want to go back to the point which Aditi made related to the animal training school program. And I want to just emphasize that maybe I didn't fully understand that, but the Section 8 companies which you talked about is more for the production of the things and staff recruitment related to that. But if you're talking about the graduate student recruitment, which is crucial for the program, I think this common training school model is actually very good. And I would, so I was associated with IMO model, of course, which many ran. But I also want to point out one more thing. There was Mega Science vision exercise carried out by the PSA's office. And I have seen that in both for nuclear physics long-term vision program, that is Vision 2035, and biology physics. In both these programs, this national training recruitment program is highlighted. So I think even extending the concept to the quantum machine, particularly when you're looking for targeted deliveries, because then it is the collaborators do not compete against each other for the recruitment for the program. So that's also one of the advantages of that. So that is.
I would try to answer that. I would just again like to say that the Section 8 company would not mean that they are running a company. It means they have set up the hub as a Section 8 company which will be doing activities in 4 areas. Technology development, entrepreneurship and skill development, or having startups incubated. Then job creation would be through startups. Then they would be having various fellowships. And all these activities, including the HRD and the international collaborations, will be done by the Section 8 company or the hub itself. So each member of the hub, which will be a member PI or a lead PI or various technical groups that are under that hub,
would have their own set targets. To have so much number of, startups to be created, jobs will be offered through the startups and also through research scholars, fellowships, Chanakya fellowships. It's a similar model that we have in our, other mission, which is the National Mission on ICPS, Interdisciplinary Cyber Physical Systems. So this is going to happen. It will not be like a regular R&D program funding of the Department of Science and Technology or per se any other department, or maybe the SERB, the Science and Engineering Research Board funding that we generally have, where you had problems, you had issues when you had to hire people, you had to hire PhDs or Js or RAs, you had those problems. This should not be there. That's my.
No, I understand what is the Section 8 company and the modality. But what I'm trying to say is that, yeah, I understand the modality of the Section 8 company and the model is different than the regular research because there's a type of, when you allow one of the inputs will be the research scholars or the JRs, then it is within that also, whatever if the recruitment or within that structure happens through one point, then the collaborators would not be competing against each other. They will come with a common training and then they get distributed to different people.
I think it will be the same thing that you are mentioning.
I just wanted to have a little bit of clarification on this Section 8 thing. To my understanding, I might be wrong, that there are certain institutions who are capable of opening a section. For us, it's a problem because we are not like formed by act of parliament. So there are certain restrictions forming a section. So in this case, we need a separate clearance from the cabinet. So what you presented looks like that the different technical group and the linked PRs, they will participate in this Section 8 company, even if their institute per se do not have the capability of opening Section 8. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct. So if an institution is a part of a hub, it is a technical group, under the hub, it will not be mandatory that each technical group will be formed in the section. So Section 8 company will be formed only by the, lead PI of the technical group, which has been selected to be the hub or forming the Section 8. Rest all will be working in collaboration. They will be working under the same technology area. They will be working under the same, area of expertise also, if I may call it. But there is not a necessarily mandatory condition that each technical group or each institution should form a Section 8 company. This is again unlike the earlier mission where we had one institute and one Section 8 company. So this will be in a collaboration mode. Only 4 Section 8 companies will be set up. Only 4 hubs will be set up. Each hub will be comprising of several technical groups working together. Okay? Thank you.
Hello, I have two questions. The first question is very small one. You said that there are 380 proposals have been submitted. So I'm 384. I'm assuming roughly 384 LPI are there. Is there any statistics? How many women LPI are there among them?
I will not have the figures ready here on my fingertips, but
Any percentage, something like that?
Madam, would you like to know? We really can't.
Okay. So my next question is regarding this funding in quantum science and technology all over the globe. The funding source, if you look at the public funding all over the globe, it is a surge. On the other hand, private funding, this is little bit fluctuating. If you look into the funding in 2022, so it gets a peak throughout the world globe 30% after this generative AI patch. So now we understand that this private funding is very fluctuating, it can shift anytime. So all this public funding, that is always welcome, but now new workforce, they will get experience, the job generation, we are always saying, we are based on the private things. But after 1 decade, let's say that private funding is not interested in this area, in that case, anything government is thinking about the alternative option?
I think at this stage, we are not, concentrating on making a policy for things after NQF. The mission has been envisaged with a duration of 8 years. We need to concentrate on the deliverables of the mission and try to achieve them over these 8 years. During the mission progress, of course, the government will be thinking about making policies, how private companies would be entering into it. That will all depend on the path that we follow during the mission. So it will be, it will be envisaged a little later. It is, yes, your thoughts are really, really good and appreciate the concerns that may come. And it is always good to think about the future today so that we have policies ready. But it will take a little more time.
Yeah. I have a couple of points here. The thing about this, the recruitment of people who go to industry and then they have not many chances to come back to the academia. But how it works in Europe is that all the engineers, most of the engineers, they go after their PhD to the company and then they are hired as professors later on, above 40, 45, even 50 as chairholders. What happens then is they have so much knowledge from the industry that they can actually write the research that is very close to application. And in that way, you can also get direct funding from the company back to your institute. Okay? So that's one thing. The other one is when you have joined industry project, like I spoke this morning, then what happens, my student is recruited directly after the PhD, even before the PhD, just after submission, difference comes later, and then they will bring back third-party funding. This happened very often in my case. Okay, so these are very important sources, and like Aditya told, and also you think this should be encouraged, and I think age should not be a limit, especially in the engineering side. No? In the basic side, we are very good, wonderful. On the other hand, with the engineering, we should keep this little bit of leverage to come back to later on. And the last point I had is regarding the evaluation, and I'm not very familiar with this. Why not? Because there are a lot of conflict of interest, right? Everybody's hunting for this, like they would like to be a part of this, right? So maybe you should think of a program where you also have international referees, where there's no conflict of interest, and this is happening in Europe.
We do have international experts. Yeah.
That's good. So just that I told, okay, how and what ways, right? This is a tip from my side with this industry participation. What happens is we have a lot of industry multinational like Bosch, Siemens, or waste here. But what they're doing is with our people here, they're working on a lower level of the technology. The TRL level is much lower, or at least the nodes, for example, we're talking about 2 nanometer, 4 nanometer, but what they're doing is currently in Bangalore, but I know from one company, they're in the 22 nanometer technology. Okay, so this is where we have to push collaborating. Maybe the companies in the US or from Europe, but then we can have a research group here in St. Bose or IIT or whatever, to collaborate with them, and they will be then a little bit triangle. So this is where we should encourage that, and this works very well. I have done that sitting in Germany, having a company in US, and then it became a triangle. So this is my feedback. Thank you very much.
Anyone else? If there are any other questions, we are sort of out of time anyway. So if there are no other questions, let's draw this to a close and all the panelists for the wonderful discussion, all the members of the audience for very nice questions. So that's the third day tomorrow.
So now I would like to request Professor Lahiri to please hand over the mementos to the panelist.
Okay. So start with Prashanto. How's my friend?
Now I would like to request our director, Professor Tanushree Shahadas Gupta, to please hand over the memento to Professor Lahiri.